Okay, this is our study session. Thank you for your patience as we went into closed session at the beginning. We are now in our study session. It's April 12th, 2022. We have all 7 board members present. We would like to excuse Dr. Godfrey, although he is on his way and should be joining us shortly. 5 minutes maybe out. Okay. And we also have Mr. Anderson, Mr. Larson, and our attorney, Mr. Van Komen, with us. First up on our session tonight is summer events calendaring, and we have 2 items of discussion. One is parades and one is our summer session. Let's start with parades. We've been doing parades for several years now, started doing it as a way to connect with the community. We've had a bus, board members have walked along and passed out candy. Last year was a struggle with schedules. And so the question for this year is, as a board, do you want to participate in our community parades? Does anyone want to start?
I'll just start by saying that I would be in favor of not going forward with that. I looked at the schedule. There's a possibility I would be able to make it to July 4th, but that's not a guarantee, and I won't know that until 2 weeks in advance, 3 weeks in advance. And it's hard for me to feel like I'm putting that responsibility on other board members. And I feel like sometimes it's the same board members that show up, and it's a lot of responsibility to be there.
Okay, and the schedule is attached to board docs if you need to see dates. Mr. Robinson.
I like them, but I always can't attend all of them. But I think having a presence of the district there is powerful. So I would be supportive of keeping them.
Ms. George.
This schedule is really difficult for me as well, and I just hate pushing it onto someone else.
Ms.
Richards? I've always tried to attend as many as I can. The dates are difficult, especially that one that straddles the 4th of July weekend. That's always tough. Right now, I would be leaning to not have them.
Mr. Dunford, you've been the one that's actually staffed most of the parades for us as far as it comes to manpower.
It's become a heavy lift for our family, and so our family would like a summer off. Wouldn't be opposed to doing it in the future, but it has become a heavy lift.
Mr. Young?
Yeah, I think I won't be able to commit to the dates, and so, yeah, I think it would be wise to take a year off. But I just would be remiss. I mean, the Dunford clan has earned that right to have some. It has just been nothing short of remarkable, and frankly inspirational to see that family continually show up the way that they do. It's quite remarkable.
This year would be the first year that the USBA Delegate Assembly is not on the same date as the Bluffdale Parade.
There you go.
Because I've never been to the Bluffdale Parade because I'm always at the Delegate Assembly. And that will be a first this year. But it sounds like we don't have enough. I mean, I can go to most of them, but if we don't have enough board members doing it and enough people walking, I don't think it's value added. Which it sounds like we don't have enough. Just one idea, and we could leave this up to administration, since it wouldn't be the board doing it. But there's still the opportunity to put a bus in there. We've got some of our buses that are advertising things going on in the district, and if we strategically picked a bus that was advertising like our Majestics Art School or something along that line. It would be an idea to have in there. I don't know if that's value added just to see the bus without people walking by it. Yeah. Yeah.
That up to administration.
But yeah, as I say, that wouldn't be the board's, it wouldn't be the board's thing, so. Okay, so then all in favor, it sounds like, of not doing.
Make one
rides
other
this year.
comment.
Yeah.
I just want to express a deep appreciation for those from facilities for always just being really easy to work with and getting these planned and getting, the bus drivers that do help with these parades and, all those that put the extra work and effort in to have had these parades be successful in the past. There's a lot of work that goes into them, and I just want to say thank you to those that have been willing to do that to help the board.
Thank you.
And we can individually be in the parade as a member of the board, right?
I don't think you would be able to, well,
Yeah. There's a lot of candidates, political candidates that are in the parade, whether they're running or not running.
I'm just trying to, I'm trying to think of if he would be able to do it for free or not.
No, I don't care about paying.
No, you'd have to do it as an individual.
You would have to do is it,
Yeah.
yeah. That's what I was just thinking. I wasn't saying, no, you couldn't. I was saying you would just have to pay and you'd have to do it. You would have to put yourself
Yeah.
individually in the parade as a board member.
Okay, and then do you want to bring this back next year to discuss again? Call it a 1-year break. Okay, our next item of discussion then is a summer session. Still not sure what to call it. We've always struggled with a name for it over the years. The summer session that's not a retreat. I like to think of it as our strategic planning session. Executive committee has discussed it. We have a few ideas for what we would want to accomplish at a summer strategy session, and is recommending that we have one this year. So before you pull out your calendars and look at dates, I'll just give you a quick overview of a couple of things we've discussed, and we haven't decided what that agenda could be, but here's a couple of ideas for you. One is we could do a thorough review of our ENS policies. We haven't reviewed them for a while, and I think it would be good to review them and determine if they're still meeting our needs or if there's any changes that we want to be making to ENS policies. Another idea is to start the discussion of doing a portrait of a graduate for our district. Ms. George and I attended a class at NSBA about that. A lot of, I know the State Board of Education has done one for our state, but a lot of districts are doing a portrait of a graduate. So that's one idea. And then another idea is to talk about our maybe 5 to 10 year growth. Kind of had a plan in place for a bond at one point in time, put that on hold. So another idea is to have a strategy session around that. So those are a couple of ideas we've kicked around. Again, we probably wouldn't have time to do all three. We could do one of those, maybe one or two. So the question number one, is everyone in support of having a summer session? That was a really slow.
If we can find a date.
Yeah, that would be the challenge. Okay, let's look at calendars. For the months of June and July. Would it be easier if we just sent out a doodle poll and had everyone put in dates?
Possibly.
I can't do anything
When we're back to regular board meetings in August anyway. Let me ask this question. Is doing something like during the day, or should we stick with board meeting times and have it in the afternoon, evening?
Speak for myself, it would probably be easier to do it in the evening for me, but
Day is better for me.
I can schedule time off during the day, and I think we're fresher and more.
I'm fine with either.
Is there a certain time of day after that you're available in summer?
I can absolutely schedule it for it off. It's just become more and more difficult to schedule time off. So it really depends on whether or not I get approved for that day off.
What time of day after what time of day would you be available? 1:30. Okay.
But I think we need to go with a day, if that's accommodating to everybody. And I will do absolutely everything I can to be there. I just can't make a guarantee.
But we can split the middle and start like 1:30 and go to 6, whatever. So regular finance committee meeting.
You're bad.
Okay, is there anyone that wants any other like major constraints for this summer?
Well,
What weeks are everyone completely gone and it's not even an option?
The last week in June is not an option for me.
me either. The last full week, I can.
Okay. Okay, any other major?
It would probably be very difficult for me to get any time off June 6th. Already tried for other things that week and have not been able to accommodate.
Okay,
I don't have any
any other
conflicts.
major conflicts? I have a week in July that is a conflict for me. Okay, I'll put together a doodle poll and fill that out, and we'll see if we can pick a date and time for that.
Okay.
If you have the things that I mentioned as possibilities, if you're feeling excited or strong about one of those, please let a member of executive committee know that that's something that you're interested in. And then also, if you have any great ideas for location, let us know too. Okay, we'd like to welcome Dr. Godfrey to the meeting.
Thank you.
Our next item of agenda is continued discussion on special education. Tonight we have procedural safeguards and organization of special education. And so we will start first with Dr. Godfrey or Ms. Robinson. Do you have anything to start out with? We'll invite special ed team to the table.
Reminder that the presentation is the same as March 15th. So it's on the March 15th board agenda.
On board docs?
I need to have Lisa new if I can, but it's the same one that was on board docs.
But you're going to project it, right? Okay.
Just if you were wondering.
I'll say into the mic what Lisa was saying in the background, that this is a continuation of the March 15th presentation. And so I will just let them dive right in on continuing to provide the information they started to share with us at a couple of meetings ago.
Okay, and we have Kim Lloyd, our Director of Special Education, and Amanda Bullinger. Tell me your title.
The Assistant Special Ed Director.
That's what I thought. Okay. Thank you. Welcome.
All right, thank you for inviting us. We do appreciate the time that you've given us to talk about special ed and who we are and what we do. I want to start just by reiterating or stating, when I answer the questions, we have these discussions, they're on a general basis, an ideal situation. And I recognize, and my team recognizes, that our teachers have very unique and complex jobs. And when I say something on a general basis, I know that I'm not hitting all of the amazing things that our folks do. I know that when we had the conversation about, time and effort and energy, it certainly is at different levels and different situations that are complex. I know that some of our teachers spend hours in IEP meetings. Some can do them quickly. I just want to recognize and let them know that I do recognize that, I acknowledge that, and my answers are on ideal general statements. There's no way for me to hit that each and every individual piece. I myself have sat with them in meetings that have gone hours upon hours and over days and into evenings. So just want to...
Can I make a statement about that? So like last time I asked the question if we compensate extra time that they might put in, and I think the answer was no, yes, we do.
The general piece is, usually that's a principal by principal piece, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, when I was an elementary principal, it was, if there was something that they needed to do, we certainly worked through all of those situations. If there's something that is consistent over time, if somebody asks me about that, I'm generally saying yes most of the time. I don't
So like
think I've
some
ever
of
said
them,
no.
some people contacted us after the fact and said, no, we don't get that compensation, but that's not generally, like you're speaking globally for everybody, not, there might be an individual situation.
Correct, yeah. So it's a general, global, over a broad, wide view, right?
Okay.
Individual principals may do something. No one's actually come to me and asked that before. We've had situations where we've had people cover different things over a long period of time, that we just have a variety of things that happen. So in that complexity, it's very difficult to hit any one person. And when I say something, I'm always missing somebody.
Yeah.
Right. There's
Okay.
always, we have, I mean, you guys know this, we have amazing teachers, we have amazing SLPs, we have amazing OTs, PTs, our APE, our adapted PE folks, our O&M, our orientation and mobility, our teachers of visually impaired, our teachers of our hearing impaired. We have outstanding people that work for us, and it's very difficult to give them all the due that they deserve. So.
Okay, thank you.
The last idea that we left off on was the key idea number 2, and I am going back because we left off on slide number 11, but I just wanted to review because key 2 is the key idea 2 is eligibility assessment requires a written parent consent, meaning that we can't move forward on an initial eligibility without the parent putting in writing that they are giving us the consent to evaluate. We highly want parents involved in that process. They're a valued member of the team. When we're looking at just that SLD, we talked very quickly about having that be a combination method where we're looking at discrepancy as well as, not discrepancy, sorry, that is the wrong term. We're looking at formal evaluation as well as intervention that's happening within the classroom on a regular basis. We look at all of that, and we do that for we evaluate each and every student, but our specific learning disability population requires that combination method. We are, making sure
Upon finding, how often do you reevaluate them?
every 3 years. Every student is every 3 years. And we have to use the same method of
or same
Three-tier
process. Yeah, same process that we initially evaluated them in, we have to do that same process to reevaluate them in. There are timelines for assessment and completion of that, and as per our procedural safeguards per IDEA. The team decision, the parent is a part of that team. There are foundational members of that team, being that there has to be the LEA, there has to be a general ed teacher, there has to be a special ed teacher, and there has to be somebody who explains the testing that was done. If, regardless of what that testing is, sometimes that's a school psych, sometimes it's related service people that explain their testing. So those are the foundational members, or those main four.
So this team discussion, that's different than the IEP team?
Correct, because you haven't yet stated whether or not they're eligible. So we're now at the point where we're saying, are they eligible, do they qualify, or do they not? So it's an eligibility team.
And then when you reassess after 3 years,
And it's the IEP team.
is the IEP
Yeah.
team? Okay.
But because you've been there and having services for 3 years, your IEP team reevaluates and then determines eligibility again, or I. It's a three-pronged discussion, and this is a highly simplified form of this. But number one is the team has to decide if the student has a disability. If they have a disability of any kind, whether the team decides that. And so let me go back. When I said that foundational member, the parent is a foundational member of that team. Sorry. The three prongs. Number one, do they have a disability? If the answer to that is yes, the second question is, does the disability have a significant impact to the student's educational performance? Educational performance means academic, behavioral, communicative. It means all of those wrapped in, right? Are there any social emotional issues at hand? Are there any behavioral concerns? Are there any academic concerns? And does it have a significant impact in that student's educational performance? If the answer to that is yes, then the third prong is, does the impact of that student's disability require specifically designed instruction? So that means, do they actually need the instruction from a special ed teacher because a special ed teacher creates that specifically designed instruction? So I've been in meetings where everybody answered yes to one, yes to two, and they answered no to three. So any no in any of those means a student doesn't qualify.
So help me understand the dynamic of those four foundational individuals.
Okay?
Does one of the four have a more overriding veto? Is it, if one says no, does it have to be a unanimous decision? What is that dynamic? Can the parent be outvoted 3-1 and therefore the answer is yes? What is that dynamic?
In initial eligibility, the parent has the final say. So if because the parent has to sign, yes, they give permission for placement, or no, they do not give permission for placement. So we've gone through the process before where the parents decided, the school team has said, yes, they qualify, yes, they should get these services, and the parent has said no. The parent signs no, and as a district, legally, we can't go any further.
So can the inverse happen as well? That the district says no to 1, no to 2, no to 3. The parent can't say, no, I want my child to have services.
That is correct as well.
So the only time that their voice trumps all is if they're denying the service.
Correct. On initial evaluation.
Initial evaluation. Okay, I hear that caveat, and so when it gets to the non-initial, let's circle back to that and discuss the dynamic there as well. So, but if one of the educators says, so other than that parent override, does it have to be just 3-1? Does it have to
There's
be
no
unanimous?
number. It just is the parent says no on the initial evaluation. The answer is no. The district does have a recourse. We can file our own due process. However, case law has shown that that's not a successful pathway.
But what if the general ed teacher says no, the special ed teacher says yes, the parent says yes, and then the one explaining says no? What if it's 2-2 or?
So if a member of the school team doesn't agree, they can write a letter of dissent, but the school is one entity, being that the team is, the team says yes, then it's yes, but if there's one member that doesn't agree, they can write a letter of dissent and place it in that child's file.
Okay, and does the school prepare beforehand what their decision's going to be made, or is everyone coming to the table fresh, ready to have that discussion at that point in time?
So law says that a school team can certainly have a discussion, but they cannot make a decision. They can come with information. They just have to come to the table with an open mind. So the team can't meet beforehand and say, yes, he or she is going to qualify or not qualify, but they certainly come with an open mind, but they come with knowing what that data is. Their job is to listen, look at that data, have that discussion with parents and any other team members, and make that decision. If there comes to a point where the team can't make a decision, then they need to stop the meeting and then find that usually they would contact me or Amanda and say, hey, we need some help. We need some help at looking at the data. We need some help of having the conversation. We need some assistance. And so we come in and facilitate that meeting and help them look at data. But we certainly, again, we do not make a decision without all team members there and behind closed doors. That's not how that works. So
what happens, like, if there's a scenario where the team says this child needs resource, but the parent says, no, I want the child in a self-contained classroom, or vice versa. The team says self-contained, but the parent, so you don't agree on where the placement is.
So courts have said, and again, all of this comes off of case law over time. Case law has said that the district or the school team members, the teachers, those professionals are the experts in education. And so they make the decision. Procedural safeguards are how parents find relief or apply for relief because they don't agree with whatever it is that the school team has done. So if they don't agree with that, if the school team says this is what the placement is based on the student's data, everything is based on data, right? We write a prior written notice of our offer of FAPE, meaning that's our offer of a free appropriate public education. And then we say what that is based on what data we made that decision by. That goes to the parent, and that is the offer for initial again, or reeval, or any other circumstance. Initial is the only one where the parent says no, and we never create that offer, right? So any other scenario, the school team makes that decision, and then the parent has the right to their procedural safeguards to enact any of those.
Okay.
And is that done in the initial meeting, the prescription, or is it just identifying the eligibility?
In the eligibility piece where we are, it's just defining eligibility.
It's not determining
It's not placement.
It's not placement, or it's not creating that IEP. Some teams will, don't get me wrong, some teams will write that IEP right there and then because they have the data, they've talked, even with the parent, a lot of teams will meet prior to and have conversations and come with an idea just in case, and then they can move forward and have that discussion as well.
I mean, that eligibility could take 5 minutes.
Rarely
10
would
minutes.
it, but in theory it could, right? Like
Doesn't, but-
some of ours, it depending on where that is, if it's say an articulation, it could say that we did the test, they qualify for articulation services. Here's our program, here's what we can offer, and then the whole thing is 30 minutes. I mean, in a very happy, altruistic, ideal world, right? But rarely does it ever work that way. But okay. Did it? So this one is just the areas of eligibility, right? So we have 13 areas that Utah and IDEA has identified as eligible. Autism, and then what I did here with this is break it down into what, based on our last December count, which we're 2 years behind from the state. So this is all from state data. Areas of eligibility are autism, 9% of that is within Jordan School District. Emotional disturbance is 2% of our population of students with disabilities. Speech and language impairment is 31%. Deaf-blind is less than 1%. Developmentally delayed is 9%. Intellectual disability is 3%. Multiple disability, for some reason I don't have on there, 3%. Other health impaired is 11%. Orthopedically impaired is less than 1%. Specific learning disability is 32%. Traumatic brain injury is 1%, and visually impaired is less than 1%. So just kind of a breakdown of the students that we have currently within our, well, within the last year.
Now that's 12. What's the 13th?
Did I miss one? That is an excellent question. What did I miss? It's not coming to me off the top of my head. I'm going to have to go back and look at that. Other health impaired we have in there? Orthopedic? There's
Well,
13.
I just think that one of them was so insignificant that it doesn't have a little pop out.
Oh, okay.
The one right in the very top middle.
Oh,
only
okay.
12
We did
bullets.
have one that was 0. We had a couple that were 0. I know. I'm going to have to get back to you on that one because I can't see it right on my
But odds are it's
screen.
probably a minor group. It's a
Be a very minor
minorly
group.
represented group.
Because we have a 0% in there. But now I'm going to have to go back and find that because I'm curious. I don't know why I missed that, but I'll find that and let you know.
Thank you.
Hearing? Oh, so hearing impaired would still be less than 1%.
You combine deaf and
Oh, I
blind.
did combine deaf and blind. That's what I did. Sorry about that. Thank you. Hearing impaired, which is less than 1%. It's not 0. So sorry about that.
So deaf and blind is not a category.
So
it's
deaf
just
and blind is a category. Blind, visually impaired is a category, and hearing impaired is a category.
Okay.
I just think I combined them because it's also less than 1%. So the key idea number 3 is the IEP, or the Individual Education Program. Just noting on here that special ed is not a separate program or a place. It's a system of support and services in a school designed to help each student make progress in the general education curriculum. So it's not a place or a specific support. It's, I mean, we say all kids are general ed kids first, and then we provide support to help kids master or access general education curriculum to the best of, well, best, the most appropriate of their abilities. So the IEP is based on each individual student needs. It's written specifically for each student. We create programs to fit the needs of students. We don't take students and fit them into programs. We align the general ed curriculum as much as possible, but some of our students aren't able to access the general ed curriculum, so we have an alternative curriculum that the state has that we follow, essential elements as well as life skills, as well as transition, those types of things that they may need. Every IEP requires an IEP team to make those decisions. And the members are, which I'd stated earlier, the parents, the LEA, a special ed teacher, the general ed teacher, someone who can explain any formal evaluations. Those are the foundational members. The additional members are any related service folks or services that are required. We use an electronic system that's called GoalView that teachers access to write IEPs, enter all of their data, their evaluation data, the assessment data. All of that is uploaded, or those forms exist within an electronic system called GoalView. So the one thing that they have to do within an IEP is they have to outline annual goals. They have to be those SMART goals, right? Specific, measurable, relevant, and time specific. They have to have direct services. They have to say this is how many, this is who's providing those direct services, this is what they look like. Any related services, what that looks like has to have a goal. Accommodations, supplementary support services, or what else is it that the student needs? Is that it could be just simple reduced assignments. It could be a reduced amount of time or additional time, reduced amount of time to be spent in a large group versus a small group, additional time on assignments or tests. Sometimes it's bringing in nursing services. Sometimes it's specific equipment. Sometimes it's a variety of things in a wide range. Access to general education, as far as and including any state or federal assessments like our year-end assessments. There's an alternative year-end assessment that our students that are unable to access the regular piece of that would access the alternative state-end assessment. Then we provide transition services, post-high school activities, and then we look at that least restrictive environment piece of that. Again, GoalView is that online organizational system and data storage. The IEPs, the other piece of this, the IEPs have to be reviewed and updated annually. Progress has to be given to parents at the same rate at which all other students get progress, right? So whenever we send home progress reports, report cards, we're sending progress on IEP goals. An evaluation and intervention data is collected for initial eligibility, but that's re-evaluated in the same format every 3 years.
Was the IEP typically done at the beginning of the school year?
No, they're throughout the school year. So it depends on when the student moves, because some students move in mid-district or mid-year. We have them move from out of state, which means we have to do that evaluation process and see if they evaluate or qualify for our state, and then we do that IEP. Sometimes there's a lot in September and there's a lot in the end of the year, but there's still several that happen throughout the year just because students move, they come, they go. So we update any IEP that they have and eligibility when they move in from outside of the state.
I know we're talking in general terms. So in a typical elementary school, how many separate IEP teams is a general ed teacher on average? Again, I understand we could get somebody saying I'm on 15, but what is the average amount of IEP teams? I'm just trying to get my head around what kind of time commitment this is for both our general ed teachers and our special ed teachers.
I did decide if I can even give you a general answer. There's no general answer because of the different sizes of our schools. I mean, you could easily have a teacher that only has one. You could also easily have a teacher that has 5, 6, or 7.
And in an elementary school, typically the general ed teacher that's part of that IEP team is that student's teacher, in-class teacher, or not necessarily?
generally speaking, it would be the teacher that the student sees. So if it's a mild, moderate resource student, they would be with that teacher quite often. Some of our more severe students may only see the teacher during certain times, and sometimes they see multiple teachers. So it could be any one of those teachers. So it kind of depends.
And then our special ed teachers that are assigned to the school, any child within that school that is qualified under special ed, they are part of that IEP team.
If that student's on their caseload, then yes. So if we do have a couple schools that only have one resource teacher, and then we look at the size of that caseload, it determines how many special ed teachers we have in a building. So if you have 24 to 30, sometimes 35 students, then you're there for all 35 of those IEPs.
Those IEPs.
And you write them. That is correct. You're doing all the academic testing, you're writing the IEPs, you're collaborating with their teachers, you're working with that whole school.
And so, give me a general sense of the kind of the culture of those IEP teams. Is the special ed teacher doing 90% of the work for that team? Are they lead?
So the special ed teacher and the LEA generally runs those meetings, right? The LEA or the principal is there, or the assistant principal is there. If they explain the procedural safeguards, they're there for the parent to ask questions for. The general ed teacher has a vital role that they help understand what happens during the rest of the day that the student isn't with them. So maybe as a resource teacher, I have a student that has writing goals and they have reading goals. So I see them for 30 to 60 minutes a day, 5 days a week. So in that time frame, I'm addressing that time frame. I'm addressing 30 minutes for reading, 30 minutes for writing. Please understand, I'm totally making this up. So
Totally understand.
and then I'm working with that general ed teacher to say, help me understand what it is that you're working on as a whole grade level. Second grade is really focusing here. First grade's focusing here. So I'm trying to kind of fill those holes that are happening for that student so that they can access that curriculum. So if I know that you're starting in math, you're starting to do a one-to-one correspondence, which would be more of a kindergarten piece, then I can work with that student for 30 minutes a day or 20 minutes a day, and maybe I have 2 or 3 different goals that I'm working with, but I know specifically you're going to start doing one-to-one correspondence, or you're doing addition, and I need to help them understand place value, or I need to help them see that 5 plus 1 is 6, or whatever that happens to be. I can help fill some of those holes within that. So I'm writing my goals and I'm working on very specific pieces of curriculum that I'm collaborating with you as the general ed teacher. So the general ed teacher is very important because I see the kid 60 minutes a day. You see them the rest, right?
It's very important for the input. The special ed teacher, though, is the one that is documenting, compiling, and executing on.
During that time frame that student's with me.
And also in preparation for the team meeting.
Correct. So, yes. They are the one that is scheduling the meeting. They're contacting parents and working within the school. So some principals have kind of days that they pick. I've heard the term blitz days, that they do just all IEPs all that day. So assistant principals and principals will rotate through those. So I've scheduled all of my IEP meetings on this day for this month. And I've got all of my data that I've been working on, because I keep that data on a regular basis when that student's in front of me. And so I know what progress they've made, what they haven't made, what we need to tweak or what we don't need to tweak on that annual IEP. But I'm writing the goals. I'm proposing, let's put it that way, because I'm writing a draft. Everything that we do is a draft, because then the general ed teacher needs to see it, the parent needs to see it, the rest of the team needs to see that, and we have to decide as a group during that IEP meeting which of those goals we're going to go with. Sometimes parents have things that they really want kids working on that we can adjust and meet some of those pieces that work from school to home as well. But the special ed teacher does design all of that draft piece. I've seen some teachers that collaborate with the general ed teacher. I've seen some that prefer to just write the draft and then send that out. It depends on the individual teacher and their preference of working.
Kind of to piggyback off of Mr. Young's question, and I believe you may have answered it, but I want a little bit more. Both the general ed and the special ed teacher does have access to the goal view
So
to
the
be able to input information.
So the general ed teacher doesn't have access to goal view because that's the entire school of students, which has a confidentiality piece to it. The special ed teacher has access to goal view, but we can make a copy or we can send the goals. Sometimes they'll put goals on just a Windows doc type of thing, and then they'll share that in a Google Drive. They're very creative in that area. Sometimes it's just a paper back and forth, tell me what you think. Or maybe it's, I sit down during a certain amount of time that you have a prep, I have a prep. Let's talk about what we see, how's the kiddo doing, where do we need to go, I can tweak it this way, what about this? There's a lot of collaboration that goes into that process.
So I don't want this to be critical. Always a great way to open a sentence, right?
Yeah.
I have a coworker in my office. She's an hourly employee at our office. Her time is very schedule oriented. She has to be there when her supervisor's there. She has an IEP to go to in one of our schools. She takes the time during work hours because that's when the IEP is. She shows up at her IEP and half the team's not present for her meeting. Culturally, what is happening that allows for that absence? And that it's okay to not be present at those meetings. What's the dynamic happening there that makes that okay?
So I don't have a dynamic that makes that okay. When we train, when we provide that professional development, it's very specific that all members of that foundational team have to be there. The LEA has to be there. The special ed teacher has to be there. The general ed teacher has to be there. The person who's got any testing that we've done has to be there. It could be that we didn't do any testing this time around. So the very minimum would be the parent, the LEA, the special ed, and the general ed teacher, because the special ed teacher does some testing. We do have occurrences where people are sick, like their kids are sick. We have general ed teachers that are sick, special ed teachers that are sick, LEAs that have schools to run. Something happens in the school and they have to step out, but they usually step back. There is an excusal form that we can use, but when we start seeing that excusal form be the norm, then that's a trigger for us that says we need to do some professional development.
For that specific
school and time. It does happen once in a while, but as long as it's not the norm of that school. But everybody once in a while gets sick. Everybody has issues within life that pull them in other directions. So as long as they've done the excusal form, they've given a written feedback of what that student's doing, and the parent is okay with that. If the parent's not okay with that, then we don't have that meeting and we reschedule it. But the parent is the final okay or not. So.
But you can appreciate that somebody who's already taken that kind of time away from work, that's not a luxury they have. They've got to move forward with that meeting with whoever's there because they can't reschedule that time due to their conflicts. But that's helpful to know.
And I hope that doesn't happen often. Like I said, when we do start to see part of what we do, and the state is coming in audit, but we audit ourselves every year. So when we start to see a lot of excusal forms, that means that we know where we need to do professional development. because it is going to happen, unfortunately. We've had teachers that shown up, I mean, even for meetings that I've been to, and we're polling multiple people, and usually when I'm there, it's like a 10 to 15 member team. But we've had one person that really has a lot of input in that started throwing up that morning. So, we had to send them home. So, I mean, things do happen as long as that's not the norm.
And all in person, or are you now doing these virtually at all?
So we do both. There's still a lot that's done via Zoom. There's more and more that are starting to request in person. So Zoom has really worked well for some parents, and they like to maintain that.
Is that the parents' choice or whose choice?
I think most teams will say, what would you prefer, virtual or in person? Some parents we already know they prefer virtual, so we move that way. But it's a school-to-school individual piece. There's not a policy or procedure or a recommendation for any one of those.
Is it more difficult to do an IEP with elementary age or secondary age?
Neither one is more difficult than the other, given a
Does
specific type
having
of
more
student.
teachers make it more complex?
So even at a secondary level, the members are the same, right? We wouldn't pull all the students' teachers in for a meeting. It's just pick one that has, if that student is only reading in high school, then we only need the ELA or the English language arts teacher. We don't need their math teacher or any other teachers. So.
Gathering signatures on a virtual meeting.
So Goalview has a component that is an electronic signature piece to that. So it's going to their cell phone. They respond, they sign it, and they send it back. The other piece of that is just IDEA in itself says even, you can just do the phone contact piece, or we've marked and written that all members were there in virtual and moved forward in that way. So there's some recent case law that's supporting that. So, but we do like the electronic signature. It makes us feel better, because the IEP, keep in mind, is a legal document. It says that we will provide this and that we will do what we said we were going to do. So. So the other piece of this is the IEP on a self-contained resource attendance management, which is SCRAM. SCRAM is data that reflects student services. So we are coded for a lot of things. So SCRAM is one of those that teachers have to turn in so that we know how much time of service is provided for kids. Is it 60 minutes or less, 59 minutes or less, 60 to... I got to think about that. 179 is the 3 hours or 2 hours, and then 180 plus is considered self-contained. So we collect data about those folks. We have to turn that into the State Board of Education, and that's also used to help us determine FTE, staffing, program needs, what it is that we need in order to provide services for students. And then I'm kind of skipping around, but that last one says we submit it into Skyward, but we submit it into Skyward and then it's submitted into the state office. So, questions about that?
So is it in this IEP process that, as Ms. Miller's questions were about the specific delivery of service, is that where that back and forth and that disagreement can come? Is we as a team, yes, you're eligible, we as a team believe these are the services that will best serve your student? No, I think they need X. Is that where that back and forth and that?
So in the eligibility meeting is where you would decide what they qualify for. So services they qualify for, do they qualify for reading? Do they qualify for math? Do they qualify for occupational therapy? Do they qualify for nursing? Do they qualify for whatever that happens to be happens at that eligibility meeting piece. And then you talk about services in order for the student to be able to access their educational performance in their program. What services do they need? So if we say they need reading, they need writing, they need math, they need some life skills services, they need transition. All of those specific services have goals tied to them, and those goals have a number of minutes of which we provide that service. So again, talking on a very general, and I'm making it up as we go because there's so many varieties of this. 7,000 could be, a number. But say that we're saying 30 minutes. For their performance in math, we believe that they need 30 minutes of specially designed instruction in order to maintain or to make progress in that general ed curriculum. So we're saying that they need 45 minutes in math a day. So that's where the scram piece comes into. So if I'm doing 30 minutes of reading a day and 45 minutes of math a day, then I'm scramming those minutes to be a B. Well, which means that they're at 2 hours, but below 3 hours, right? So it's 1 hour of service, 2 or less hours of service, but not, so about 2 hours of service, and then anything above 3 hours of service minutes that are direct service minutes. Does that make sense?
And that would get you into the self-contained area, the 3 hours or greater.
So it qualifies you as self-contained, but it doesn't get you into a program per se, because you could certainly have a student that has reading, writing, math, and they have some OT speech. That could end up being more than 3 hours, but they wouldn't need a special class. That doesn't mean that they need an SEB or a functional academics or a CARI-SU or anything like that. It just means that these are the services that they require. This is the amount of time that we're providing. But anytime we restrict, because we're still saying they're part of a resource program, but you can have a self-contained resource program just because the student has multiple services that happen to add up to 180 minutes. Right? In our high schools, it could sometimes that when they hit a certain level of math, then they no longer need that math. So it plays with those minutes again, that it would be one half the semester, and that would drop the next semester. Sorry, you looked like you had a question.
Yeah, I was just looking at my notes, making sure you finished. So what's the process then if a student is placed, like say in a self-contained classroom, and then those teachers say, wow, this isn't right, they really need to be in a functional one?
So it's
What's that process?
The data that they keep. So the process is, if I have a student that's in a resource setting, that they're pulled for, for that reading, math, all of those services types of things, and we're saying we're still not seeing the progress that we think we should see. So the overall process of that is they contact their teacher specialist, and they start looking at that data as a whole, and we start, is there any other resources that we haven't looked at as a team? If there are behavior issues happening, have we looked at the Jordan behavior team? Is it because we maybe aren't staffed right? We need to request some critical needs aides to help with that. Is there an intervention that maybe we haven't thought of that we can try? Because we have to give that student their due process rights to ensure that we're not arbitrarily constraining or restricting their environment and access to their peers.
The teacher specialist, what's their role?
So the teacher specialist comes in as a coach, comes in as giving ideas, helping where they're needed, basically what it is that the teacher needs. Sometimes it's just and again, it depends. Sometimes it's coming in and looking at the program and saying, have you thought about, what do you think about? Could we try this? Why don't we ask for some critical needs aides, additional time? That teacher specialist comes back, and once a week, the elementary folks and the secondary folks individually. So in the morning, every Wednesday morning, our secondary teachers specialists are all talking specifically about kids across the district. Who's where, what's needed, what's happening, who's looking at, we need different services, we need more district resources because our least restrictive environment means access to their peers. And
It's your next slide if you want to.
oh, thank you.
Like this segues right into our next
Yeah.
key item.
So it's really that they have to be, it's access to their same grade level peers. And I want to be very specific about that. Their same grade level peers is what least restrictive means. So if they have access to those peers, we have that in every single school within our district, regardless of what programs they are. But we look at all students, we look at those pieces to say if they're in their school and they're not making progress, and we've tried multiple interventions and the student still isn't making progress, then we need to look at what outside resources are there that exist. So a school uses all the resources within the school. Once we've exhausted those resources, then we start looking at district resources. And what resources does the district have that we can add to that, or that we need to maybe move? So all of our we call them cluster classrooms, our autism classrooms, our SEB classrooms, which is our social emotional behavioral classrooms, our academic communication classrooms, and our functional academic classrooms are all district resources. So the team would look at that and say, here's the supports that this student really requires in order to make progress. If those don't exist within that school, then we start to look at where do those resources exist. And even though we're not going to find a perfect match, but we can find where the majority of those resources are, and then that classroom and that teacher will create a program to fit that student's needs. And then it goes throughout that process. So we have a continuum of services, right? So we have that very mild, moderate, general resource, speech only, and it moves through that to where it's a self-contained piece, moves again to, maybe a self-contained classroom, like our cluster classrooms, to a special school, to an outside agency or homebound, sometimes hospital. Oh, is that our next slide too? See, I'm just talking through things. So there it is. So our home instruction, we have some kids based on high medical needs that are only home instruction. We have home and hospital day treatment programs is the next outside piece of that. But we also have post-high programs, transition programs. I'm kind of going backwards down the road now. Special school, cluster classrooms, resource programs, speech and guidance, general ed, and then going to our very beginning is our preschool programs. Which this just reiterates exactly what the previous slide said, just in a different piece. General ed, regular ed, and part-time special ed or supports, special or / cluster classrooms, special schools and post-high, home instruction, home, hospital, or institution outside our treatment programs. Procedural safeguards. I was going to bring one for each of you, and I apologize. I had them last time, and I didn't grab that bag this time, but I'm happy to send one to you. But the link is also in there in the slide piece of that. Procedural safeguards is hard to read, so we have a sheet that we give parents that kind of gives the highlights of that. When I'm there, I tell parents they're welcome to call me anytime because my job is to interpret those so that everybody understands what those means. What those mean? Sorry. FERPA is our confidentiality piece. Carson Smith scholarships are explained in there. Do we know what Carson Smith scholarships are? Okay. Medicaid notification, destruction of records. We hold all records until 5 years after they graduate or 5 years after they age out. And then we do a notice yearly of students a certain age and graduated at a certain age. And then those records are destroyed. So we archive them with the state, and then on the certain date. Records are destroyed based on student age of those records. The Utah Autism Registry and Developmental Disabilities is in there so that the state office works collaboratively with Utah University of Utah. I should know that. That's a big one. But they do research and pull research of all of our students with autism. So if parents do not want their students' information pulled, they have to email us. We tell the state office, and then that student's information is not pulled, but they pull all of our students with autism, and then they collect that data every year and report that. Prior written notice just means that we don't do anything without a prior written notice. We give them a prior written notice of our offer of FAPE. We let them know prior written notice if we refuse to take any action. We give them a prior written notice of any meetings, a notice of meeting. We let them know in advance of what we're doing. Notice of in understandable language. If there's a parent that needs a interpreter, we provide that, whether it's a different language or ASL. We provide that. Parent consent, meaning that we don't do too many things without parent consent and without ample opportunities for parents to participate. Independent educational evaluation. A parent can request an outside evaluation if we've done one and they don't agree with the outcomes of that. They can request that. They have to do that in writing to the special ed director. Surrogate parents, the state can assign a surrogate parent if requested. Transfer of rights we have to tell them prior to their 18th birthday, then we have to tell them that we told them after we've done that. So that's transfer of rights, meaning that when a student turns 18, they are legally looked at as being able to do their own IEP, hold their own IEP, and make their own decisions. Unless, of course, the parents have guardianship, and then we go that way. The grievance procedures, state complaint procedures, and that process talks about mediation, facilitation, and the due process procedures are all explained within the procedural safeguards. That FAPE, which is that fair, appropriate public education, talks about the legal responsibilities of the LEA and the IEP, how students make progress towards IEP goals, and how those will be reported, which is a lot of what we just talked about.
Sorry, I don't know what Carson Smith Scholarship.
Yes, Carson Smith Scholarship is the state legislator decided that the legislation put together a process of which if parents want private school, they can apply to the Carson Smith Scholarship, and part of that tuition is paid. So our obligation as a district is that we evaluate the students that are within our borders, our boundary, that and we let the state know whether they qualify or they're eligible for services, and then they have to submit that application or that form to the state, and it goes into a lottery, and then parents get help with private school tuition.
That's parent generated. The parent has to say, I'm interested in this, and then we provide that information. We're not identifying every student and pushing that to the parents, correct?
Parent has to initiate that process. And really, they go to a private school, and the private school helps them through that process. So,
I don't know if this is a good question or not, but how many of these safeguards are federally made, or how many, are there any just state ones, and are there any that just are Jordan ones?
none of them are Jordan. The majority of them are federal. The Utah Autism Registry and Developmental Disabilities is a Utah piece. Carson Smith is Utah. The rest is
Federal.
federal.
I have a question. There's a huge list of parent rights and student rights. Are there employee rights and safeguards and protections? Are there LEA rights and protections? I understand that a huge burden is placed upon the LEA. But where's the balance to that? Where does the LEA say, okay, this is too much, this is... I'm just trying to find the balance between, well, this student has a need and no matter what it costs, you've got to provide it? Is there a balance to parent and student on the side of the LEA, the provider, the teacher? Where is there a procedural safeguard for the special ed teacher?
There is not a procedural safeguard for any public employee. There isn't one, unless there's something that Paul knows that I don't, which is completely possible. But there is not a procedural safeguard for a public employee. We have federally mandated things that we are supposed to do, and we have little to zero leeway within that. The district does say, and we do say, here's where we're going to do. So, for example, I can't give you an example. I mean, I can't give you an example in this arena. We do have examples where we've said this is what we will do, and here's how this will play out, but the parent has the right to enact any of their procedural safeguards. And if, I'm trying really hard to say this without saying too much, if certain things happen, then that triggers other things for us that we don't have a way around. So there is a very small margin of which we can act for as far as relief for a public employee. So when we talk about what that looks like, the district can certainly file their own due process. When it comes to a certain point, we have that right. We can...
Based on what? That right based on...
Based on whatever that specific piece is. So if we say this is enough, then we have to file a due process.
So if if we believe we've met the standard and a parent is saying we haven't.
So there's so much. I'm going to try to say it's a very complex piece, and I don't want to say too much without breaking any confidentiality pieces of this, which is the struggle on how to answer. There are certain things that a district can do, as far as filing a police report if they're hurt, the school or the employee always has the right to file whatever it is that they feel like they need to file.
Would it be helpful for any of this to be in closed session?
Yes.
Potential litigation.
Is that okay if she just could maybe save that for a closed session? Mm-hmm.
And character and competency, I would say.
Yeah.
Is that okay? Because this is a huge piece.
I'm fine with that. I just, in a public forum, there's only so much I can answer.
Right. I understand that. Privacy, I get that.
If that's something you'd like, I'm happy to do that. So
I would very much
Done?
appreciate that at some point. Doesn't have to be today.
Okay.
And I'm going to go ahead and move on to our special education mission. Jordan School District, this comes right off of our website, right? We are committed to the challenge of providing an appropriate education for every student. To meet this challenge, a wide range of services, programs, options, curriculum alternatives are available to students whose education needs cannot be met in the regular classroom without specialized instruction. I've put the website there on for you so you can click on that. But as far as a culture of special education district department, this is who we are. We are really a group of people dedicated to providing appropriate services for students and supporting our teachers, our administrators in whatever manner they need in order to provide that appropriate education. I went ahead and I wrote down special education department in the classroom. So we're all here to ensure students gain access to their education. The district expectations I kind of put on there, we are expectations that other people can have from us, coaches, We coach teachers, we mentor teachers, we assist in specified areas that by the teacher in which they want assistance. So a teacher can call and say, I really need help with this specific thing, and we are there to help them. Our folks do all that they can to ensure students have access to curriculum, peers, activity. We step in and help with hard conversations. We've had some of our teacher specialists that have gone in and taught the classes. We've had them step in when we haven't been able to find a teacher for a long period of time. They're in actually stepping in and helping out, taking over. We've done a rotation of a couple of months of different teachers stepping in and teaching the classes. We assist with compliance issues. We provide professional development, and whether that's individualized or group or even by classroom, right? It depends on what the school's requesting. And again, I can't think, and I'm sure somebody else will come up with that, of a time that I've said no to something as far as professional development or additional resources that were with, so I have said no to some of that, but I mean, I don't buy expensive cars, or I don't, that's a little bit of humor, which may or may not be appropriate, but we do a lot to provide what we can for teachers so that they can be successful with our students. Am I going into your time at all?
No. We're almost at
Okay.
6. Yes, you're
All
good.
right. So teacher expectations. Our expectations for our teachers are to teach students in their individual levels and their abilities. That's prescribed by IDEA, and that's an expectation that we have, that they write their IEPs with individual goals based on student data. Always student data. Student data is what tells us where we need to go, how far we need to go, when we need to go. Communicating with parents, work to create a positive relationship with parents in school, and ensure that students are reevaluated every 3 years. Ensure the due process for each student, each and every student with a disability, that they receive that due process in the services that we provide.
I do have a question. Let's say, just a scenario. The IEP has been done, the parents signed off on it, everybody signed off on it. And down the road, a ways, the parents become dissatisfied. What then?
Then we re-meet. So when a parent says, I want to look at this and I want to change it, then an IEP is not written in any form of stone. It's a very fluid document. It says by law we have to meet at least once a year. We have several people that meet a couple of months, right? Every couple of months. Some that meet one every 6 months, or some that just says, you know what, I'm really concerned about this, and I really would like us to address this. So we go back to that table and we talk. The IEP meeting or the IEP team is also to talk about possibilities, right? It's putting everything on the table and having the conversation. What does the student need? What does the student require? What are parents' expectations? What are they hoping for? What's happening that's not working? I have a concern about, and we come to that table and we have honest discussions based on student data. But at any time, a parent can request an IEP meeting. It doesn't have to be just that once a year. But if they are unhappy with something, then to recall that IEP team together and discuss it is absolutely where they should go, which happens often.
Oh, I can imagine.
Something happens in life and we need to address that.
So I'm looking at this list of expectations. And I don't intend to minimize the district expectations. But I see those expectations and I envision an entire team of highly capable individuals working together to provide those, to meet those expectations for the district. And then I look at the teacher expectations and I feel like all of those are being being placed on an individual. and told, keep all 6 of these balls in the air at all times for all of your students. And that teacher can be highly qualified, and yet that can feel like a very lonely, overwhelming, and crushing level of responsibility, those teacher expectations. Laying it out like this, understanding the workload, given the formulas that we're working under, is it reasonable to expect that our standard special ed teacher can meet all of those teacher expectations at one time? Or does something have to give, given the demands, given the amount of work that they're asked to do?
But the expectations of creating that IEP based on the student need is not an unreasonable expectation. Otherwise, they don't know what to teach. So those IEPs and those goals tell them what it is that they have to teach and who they have to teach and for how long they have to teach. That creates their schedule, that creates their day, that creates what it is that they do. So that's not an unreasonable expectation. We look at case loads in the piece that you have a mild moderate who most of the time, not all the time, again, generalities, that will have a large number of students that have only writing or only reading goals or only math goals. So there's not an overwhelming for a larger number of students. A smaller number of students on a caseload have an overwhelming number of services. So no cluster teacher has 35 kids on a caseload. That's not doable, right? So it is comparative to what the teacher teaches, what services are required. So to say, is that an unreasonable expectation? I mean, there's no way for them to do their job without writing that IEP, without having data, without knowing where they want their students to go. They have to know where they want their students to end up in order for them to be able to get their students there. So I don't know if I answered all of your question.
So that's one of 6
Okay.
expectations for them.
So teaching at their individual levels all ties into that IEP, right? So if they're writing the IEPs based on data, that data is at that student's level. They're writing IEPs every year. They communicate with parents either through progress reports, through emails, through teacher-parent conferences. Not every teacher is doing a daily back and forth note. Most of the time it's I see you at parent-teacher conferences or the IEP meeting during the year. So there's not an expectation that you communicate regularly or daily or weekly or monthly, right? Just that you've at least talked to parents, sent them the progress of that IEP, those goals, and that you're doing parent-teacher conferences like every other teacher, and you're holding that IEP at least once a year. So create a positive relationship with parents in school. I think every teacher, general ed or special ed, works to do that, right? We all create and work to create positive interactions with our parents. Ensuring that students are reevaluated every 3 years, that has to be done. Teachers are very good at that during those legislative days. They look through their caseload, they mark off who's on what month, and they have that all scheduled in advance. So they know who's up for that 3-year eval. That is not unreasonable. And the due process piece of that goes into that student data. So they're all tied in together. You can't do one without the other, except for maybe the communicate, right? That's a progress, parent-teacher conferences. Otherwise, all of those tie in together, from taking data, writing the IEP, which the IEP is on those goals. So they're all intertwined.
So the one bullet that I'm curious about is doing all that we can to ensure all students have access to curriculum peers activities. And that's a district expectation. And I'm curious, where teachers are in the building managing student schedules, that feels like a teacher expectation.
So accessing your grade level peers is an IDEA expectation.
Right, and I'm just saying that I hope that that's a priority for our teachers. As much as possible, I want my students interacting with their peers. Lunch, recess, music, whatever that looks like, depending on your students' needs, I hope that's a high priority in Jordan School District.
I believe it's a high priority in our district. I think our teachers, general ed and special ed, I think work very closely together to make sure that happens. I think all students are valued, and they look at where can we include everybody.
But I will just give anecdotal evidence. I visited a special ed classroom a couple weeks ago and spent some time there, and they're spending a lot more time. It was a self-contained cluster unit, and they're spending a lot more time out than I thought. I was pleased to hear that.
And I just hope that a teacher expectation as well. I hope we don't wait for the district to say, hey, you need to get your students out.
Yeah, I didn't list that in there, but it is an expectation, right? I think it's one that teachers automatically do, whether they're regular ed or general ed, right? I think all teachers are looking at what the kids are, who they are, not what, but who they are and what they need is where I was going with that.
Question, you have district expectations and teachers' expectations, but do we have any expectations of the administrator or the educational leader?
We do, I just didn't list them in there.
Can we get a copy of those, maybe? It can become under separate or whatever.
We can certainly create that for you and give that, but I mean, the LEA expectations are, well, I'll give that to you. Yeah. Any other questions? We're ready to.
All right. Now I finally get a turn, right? Kim got to talk about all the legal parts of that, right? The what we do and why we do it. And now I get to talk more about who helps us make this happen and the amazing teachers and personnel that are at our school that are actually implementing these IEPs to help target individual student needs. And that's really what we're about, like Kim said in our mission statement. So first, I just wanted to kind of review our hiring, how we hire faculty and staff for all of our special ed classrooms and also at our schools. So first, our paraprofessionals. I know there was a question, Mr. Young, you had mentioned, or you had asked previously who hires the paraprofessionals, and that does happen by the schools with the support of the HR. And Kim kind of alluded to the fact that we do provide allocations for paraprofessionals, and that's based off of needs of individual students as well as special classes. And we make sure that we provide those supports as needed, but it is the schools that does the hiring, and then that way they can make sure that they're hiring individuals that meet their school needs and that fit into the culture of their individual schools. But we do have support, the HR support on that, as well as our support with providing the allocation. And then as far as special education support, so this is where we're talking about our teachers, we do allocate FTE just like Gen Ed does based off of our numbers of students that are there for resource teachers, as well as support class clusters teachers. The FTE is allocated to specific schools. And also some of our schools that have several cluster classes have what we call cluster or team leaders. And so how we support our schools with that hiring process is we actually, as a special ed department, do all of the screening interviews. And we've actually revamped this process in the last couple of years. And we've also had a change with our frontline that's helped with that as well to help streamline that a little bit better. But our screening process is we typically now have 2 individuals that help with that screening. And the purpose of screening interviews for anybody that's applying for a special ed position is really for us to understand that first they're qualified to teach, right? They meet the state requirements for licensing and or they're enrolled in a program, because we do have some teachers that are in alternative programs, or the new Apple program was what it's called, the state office. It also helps us find out what that teacher is looking for. What type of a class? Are they looking for mild, moderate, or severe? Are they looking for early childhood, preschool, elementary, middle school, high school, special school? So that helps us really give the applicants guidance on what kinds of positions we have available. And then we do have our frontline system where then once the teachers are screened, then we can approve those, and then the individual administrators can go in and start that hiring process for the resource teachers. We actually, as a district administration in special ed, collaborate with our principals and administrations hiring support class teachers as well as cluster leaders, because those are considered district resources and they are servicing kids from all over the district and not just students at their specific school. So we do collaborate on that process. Okay. Any questions about that?
So when you talk about a screening, I'm going to say interview to begin. So to get into the hiring pool in Jordan, you would come to the district, you would receive kind of tell me about what that experience might feel like for a potential candidate.
Sure. Actually, it's changed quite a bit, like I said. So originally, it used to be a longer process where people would come into the district and there was like 20 questions, and we've simplified that process, and we do most of those via Zoom. So we reach out to those teachers that apply and set up and invite them to do a screening interview via Zoom. And then we have two of our administrator as well as another teacher specialist in on that interview, and we just ask them some of those basic questions I explained of what they're looking for, what their experience is, what their licensing is, and then there's just a few basic questions that we ask just to help us understand their level of understanding, which then also helps us provide professional development, right? Like as we start to hire several new teachers and we notice some teachers are really struggling with specific practices or understanding, that also helps drive our professional development. But it is, the interviews last anywhere from 15 to 30 minutes, but they are typically held via Zoom.
I feel a level of concern that that's their first exposure to our district. Kind of a verbal test, if you will.
And we actually, and a lot of the times what the dialogue goes like is once they tell us their experience, we also give them opportunities to ask questions about our district, and that gives us an opportunity to sell our district. And Tammy Raychek is one of our elementary administrators that helps with a lot of those screening interviews, and she came from out of the state and is able to share her experience a lot of times what it's like to come from out of state and why we choose Jordan, and it really gives us a chance to sell our district as well as making sure that what they're looking for is going to be a fit. And like I said, it's not 20 questions anymore. It's typically just a few, 3 or 4 questions, as well as helping us understand what they're really looking for.
I've sat through that screening process and it was off-putting, I'm not gonna lie.
It's probably changed since you've done it.
So
Yeah,
it
we
was
definitely,
not long
and
ago.
we have been open to a lot of feedback, and which is one of the reasons why we've addressed that and changed that process. And actually, we hired a teacher just last week, I can tell you that, for one of our high school support classes, that told me that the reason why she was offered jobs in other districts, and the reason why she chose Jordan was because of that screening interview. That she was able to find out more about Jordan District. So that might not be everyone's experience, and I apologize that that wasn't a great experience for you, but we definitely have tried to improve
I'm
it.
not here to complain, I'm just saying I want to attract the best candidates.
Absolutely, and that's
And
really.
so let's look closely at it.
Absolutely. And one of the things we did that was kind of unique this year, we haven't done before, is we know that there was a lot of graduates in December. Just because of COVID, there was a lot of teacher applicants that got pushed back in their graduation. So we actually put together a special ed hiring fair that we've never done before, and we were able to offer some open contracts for some amazing candidates that are going to be starting this fall with us, but that we picked them up in December. So we were pretty excited about that process, and we involved a lot of administrators from our schools came to help us with that process as well. So we're definitely open to other suggestions if you guys Nikki, if you want to give us any other feedback on how we can improve that, we're absolutely open to any feedback. Any other questions about that piece? Okay, so then the last part of the hiring, and I won't, just to save us time, I won't read through all of the list of all of the itinerant staff members and teacher specialists, but you can see there's a big, large group of individuals that we hire at the special education department level that work under our special ed department, that we oversee and supervise all of those groups, are itinerant. And a lot of these individuals team with our teachers in those IEP meetings. So Mr. Young, I know you kind of alluded to the fact that that's a lot to put on one teacher. But I also wanted to reiterate the fact that we have special ed teams in our school that collaborate very well together. I know when I was a special ed teacher as well as an administrator, we had weekly special ed team meetings where we would collaborate together, figure out who was writing which IEP goals. And for example, our school psychologist would write the IEP goals for the services they were providing. Our OTs and PTs would write those services. So it doesn't fall all on just a special ed teacher. There's definitely a collaborative group of individuals that are working together to meet the needs of those students, and a lot of those do come from district level personnel that we help oversee. So we also have district teacher specialists that are assigned to all of our schools that are a support for our teachers that we hire. We have a transition specialist, we have a professional development specialist, and I know that President Miller was able to attend one of our culminating activities for our co-teaching professional development. That was exciting to see. Then we also have our behavior specialist and our whole JBAT team that falls under that, our goal view and technology specialist, and an LRE specialist, and then obviously any of the administrative assistants that work under special ed are also hired by the special ed department. Any questions about our hiring? Okay, we are on to our last slide for the evening. So as far as support, that's one of the things we've been really trying to work on. When I go out and visit individual schools and teams, I tell them that's what our role, what we want to be as a support to our teachers. That's really the culture we're trying to provide for them to then service students and meet the individual needs of students. And so we do have new teacher specialists, and this is actually one of the reasons why I worked in another school district for 7 years, and it's one of the reasons why I transferred to Jordan, was because there was a better support system for new teachers. And there was support that made you feel like you could learn what was happening, and that that you weren't alone, that you had a team to work with, not just at your school, but also from the school district. So they provide 3 years of support, and it's kind of broken down for a first and second year, and then just over 3 years. So I'll start with the first and second year. So throughout a teacher's first and second year of working within our district as a special educator, they're provided induction, just how do we do things in Jordan. They're taught how to identify eligibility for students with learning disabilities. They're taught how to do the IEP paperwork. We have a transition specialist that teaches them how to write transition plans and what services and supports are available there. They also are trained on providing assessments and reading assessments, in analyzing to help determine student eligibility. We also focus on positive behavior management, so they receive a class on just behavior and to help minimize some of those negative behaviors and how to really focus on the positive. We also teach them how to do data collection and progress monitoring, as well as going through that LRE process, what that means and how that happens. Now, this doesn't happen all in one day. That's a lot, right? It happens over a couple of years, and there are several opportunities for teachers. Some of the longer trainings are held within a school day where we provide a sub. Others are offered after school where we provide stipends and they get additional pay. We've also integrated some of our Canvas to provide some opportunities for teachers that's better for. So we've really tried to create opportunities depending on the individual needs of our teachers as well to support them. And then ongoing through all of those years, besides the professional development, Kim kind of mentioned, we provide coaching and mentoring, and we collaborate with our general ed mentoring team to make sure that every teacher is assigned a mentor, and going through that same mentoring and coaching process that all of our general education teachers get as well. And then we're also having our new teacher specialists going out to visit the teachers on a regular basis out at their schools. Our teacher specialists do that as well as our, I know our administrators in special ed, we would love to be out at our schools a lot more than we get to be out, but we definitely touch base with them several times a year, so they know that we're there to support them. And then I kind of already reviewed how they're paid. There is a link on here so you guys can see if you wanted the actual schedule of what they've done this year for our professional development, just for our new teachers.
What type of professional development do you provide for the paraprofessionals?
Yeah, I'm glad you asked because that's something that we've been working on improving as well. So in the past, there were some Canvas or some Google Classroom courses that were required by teachers. Last year, we combined them into one Canvas, so they had one location to locate it in. So every new paraeducator is required to take a 5-hour course online, and then they receive a stipend for that. And then we also, for those of our paraeducators that work in either special classes or special schools, so with more of our severe, moderate students, are provided an additional 35 hours of training via Canvas. That's something that's ongoing. We've also provided, depending on school need, Kim kind of mentioned we tailor that. I know myself, I've been out to several schools this year where we've provided specific training with our behavior team and collaborated with them on the kids at their school and putting behavior plans into place and helping their paraeducators understand like the escalation cycle and really targeted whatever their specific needs are. So we are always open to going out and training specifically based off of needs required by either the LEA might request it or sometimes our team leaders ask.
So just in your last statement, so that would be part of the positive behavior management that you do provide for the special ed teacher. Is that provided for the paraprofessional?
Yeah, it's embedded. It's embedded into that training.
We also,
All of their training is on Canvas. They don't have any.
It has been the last few years, but we are looking at creating some options for back in persons because some people do prefer. We always want to give people choices, so we are in the process of scheduling that, so they'll have an option.
we also do in the summer, we do a paraprofessional conference in August before school starts that paras are invited to. We don't mandate that, but we pay them for their time. And then we do the summer conference for our teachers as well. So
Professionals should know by the end of the school year whether or not they will be in that school, in that area the following year, right?
by the end of the school year, yes. I mean, our goal is to have that out by May 10th, I want to say.
So then they can know whether or not they should attend this conference. I do like the in-person as well, because I think that could be really instrumental and helpful, so.
Tell the board quick what co-taught classes are, because I didn't know it was a thing until I went to the training and was impressed.
Thank you, and thank you for coming. So what co-teaching is, it's research-based practice where we have a general ed teacher and a special education teacher in one classroom. And the reason why we do that is because you have your content specialist, let's say language arts or math, as long as alongside with your special education teacher who is trained in that specially designed instruction, and they collaborate together. And we do offer a 2-year cohort where teachers come and we teach them about specially designed instruction. We teach them about universal designs of learning practices. We talk about differentiated instruction model, and then it's ongoing, because we know professional development, if it's ongoing, it's more likely to be embedded. So typically we spend the morning training them on a topic and then giving them an opportunity to set goals for themselves and some planning time. And that's one of the biggest pieces of feedback we receive from our survey, is that they just value that time to plan together. And then they come back the next time, report out on their goal, and we train on the next piece. But really what research shows is that students with disabilities show gains in that setting.
Typically, how many students with disabilities are in a co-taught class, and how many gen ed students are in there?
So that's
Does
a
it
very
all
general
vary?
question.
Okay.
Yes, but we do set out recommendations. Typically, we don't want more than a third to a half of our class. And that would include students with disabilities as well as ELL students, right? Because we don't want to pack all students that need additional support in one class, or it defeats the purpose of having typical peers that can model that with us. So we do send out guidelines for that, and then we do offer that annually.
I remember a few years ago, one of the middle schools that came to report to us was utilizing that model and was seeing tremendous success with it. I remember that specifically from that school's report, that it was a. Yeah.
And we have had even principal last week reached out to me and looking at doing some co-taught with some gen ed kids, or two gen ed teachers, to provide some extra support. So it's definitely a growing practice.
So, what's the average year's experience of a special ed teacher in the Jordan School District?
Great question.
How many years have they, what's the average that a special ed teacher has been a special ed teacher in Jordan?
I wouldn't be able to tell you specifically for Jordan today. We could definitely get that data. I do know that we have quite a few teachers that are within their first 3 years. We have several teachers that are in the mentoring. National data shows that the typical length of a special educator's career is 5 years.
So the burnout rate amongst
Higher.
our special ed teacher are dramatically higher than our general ed. Is that a fair statement?
That is a fair statement according to research.
And I think that you would find different categories of special education teachers vastly different.
Expound on that. I mean, I guess when I ask that question, I'm thinking of that classroom teacher. I'm not necessarily thinking, so expound on what different classifications you're thinking about.
So when you receive your license, you usually are licensed in severe or mild moderate. And then
Okay.
that's going to dictate what kind of setting you teach and what kind of population you teach with. So, for example, I got mine in severe. I taught functional academics in what you guys would call a cluster, and they tend to stay for a long time.
Okay.
But if you have maybe a classroom with students with emotional disturbance, there's a higher burnout rate. Just kind of depends on, other factors.
Our preschool teachers are also a specific license to be a preschool special education teacher, and we tend to have a lower burnout rate with some of our preschool folks. They tend to have a little bit longer because they like working with that very young population. In Jordan, that's going to vary. What Amanda's giving you is a national range. We can certainly pull that and kind of give you a better picture of what Jordan looks like.
Would that be difficult data to?
To be honest with you, I don't know. I'd have to ask to see what that would do. We could, I don't know.
I think it would be very insightful for me personally to understand that. I don't want it to become a master thesis project. And so, I don't know.
We could give you the early pieces of that relatively easy, but HR would have to help us with the rest. So I don't know if I'm even telling you that we can actually do something like
I'm going
I
to
have to
defer to
ask.
Dr. Godfrey and ask you to manage that process, and if it's going to be more.
Yeah, I'm thinking of some ways that we can sort teachers out and gather that data. I think it would be useful to compare special educators with regular educators. So
Somehow you've got to filter COVID out.
well, I've been trying to do that for 2 years, Bryce. And a mask doesn't always filter it out. Yeah, no, I think we can go back and go pre-COVID, and I think we can sort that based on some state incentives that are provided, and I think there's a way to do that relatively easily.
I don't want to. For me, it would be insightful. I don't know if it is for the rest of the board to make it that kind of a project, but I
think it answers one of our questions, though, that we've been that we did kind of lay out. I mean, I wouldn't want it to take a lot of time like you're mentioning, but if we could get that within a short amount of, like, it didn't take a long time to get, that would be great.
I
think it's
also
valuable.
think it might be useful if we could compare that to statewide averages or national, just because, to be fair, there is a higher burnout rate in special education. And I would hate to say, well, look, a history teacher stays for 25 years. And
I think providing some context for that at whatever level we can makes a lot of sense.
yeah, I love the idea of the comparisons, but I think we should also compare apples to apples. And
Yeah, I agree.
Well, and then would you just take special educators as a group, or would you divide that group into groups, if I'm making myself clear?
We can go by licensure if that helps. Like if HR is able to do that by severe versus mild.
Because I think it would be different group to group. I really do. I don't know.
We will we'll see just how granular we can get.
I would be interested to know those who stayed, why they stayed. Because we always look at those who left, why they left, but I would like to know, like, why did our long-term special ed professionals stick with it?
Can I ask a clarifying question, Mr. Young? So I know Nikki kind of alluded to the fact we have what we call our movers that move from one to the other, right? Like I started out as a severe teacher, moved to mild, moderate. We also have those that stay in their same type forever, and then those that leave. So are you wanting to know the difference between the three, or just those that stay in the district and those that leave?
My sense, not knowing the depth, was just how long does our average special ed teacher stay with us in Jordan? I think it would be tremendously useful to know kind of at which level they are at. But yeah, if some are moving from moderate to, what were the other ones? Severe and mine was kind of a more macro view of the district, but whatever data, if it excites anybody pulling it, I mean, they can go.
It is intriguing, and I think it will be valuable information. At various times, because of different projects, sometimes through negotiations, sometimes through other projects, we've looked at the general teacher population or our general employee population to see how long they've worked in Jordan. And as someone who's been here for several decades, I start to assume that lots of people have been here for a long time. But it's interesting, when we distributed pins, it was interesting to see just how many blue pins we had to order for people who had been here for 5 years or less. So I think there can be a lot of benefit to that, to look at the general tenure of our teachers and then divide that out.
There's a lot of reasons to it, but the idea that we're investing this kind of 3-year development program, I'm curious to see kind of how long that, what payoff isn't the right word, but what that, and the other, yeah.
Benefit?
I thought that might be a little more, even more crass, the return on investment. But yeah, just kind of what that's doing, and if we got to elongate it, or I don't know. It's just interesting to know kind of what that does.
What the program benefits the teachers, how the teachers are benefiting from that, and hopefully retained with us.
I will say, as a growing district, we do have a lot of new teachers just because of our growth. So that's another reason
fair.
why this is so important to us, is because we are growing. And I mean, we are even hiring. Like I said, we hire people from out of state or from, we try to really attract those with experience. So even if it shows that they've only been in our district for 1, 2, or 3 years, they may have been teaching for 15 or 20 years, right?
Yeah.
And so we'll just have to be really careful on how we provide that data to make.
Great.
can I rewind for just a minute to the slide that is showing right now. When we talk about the professional development, the supports for new special education teachers, I know you said those are given in a variety of settings. How much would you say in a given year the parent, oh my goodness, the teachers are being taken from the classroom in order to attend these trainings?
So there's actually a link. If you want to click on the link that we provided, it will actually show you the specific schedule for the first year and second year teachers.
And it will show what's after school, what's during the day. That's
It will. It
helpful.
will break that down for you.
Have to dig out that slideshow.
And some of those that we provide we're able to do it in half days, and other times it's full days.
We will pull it and we'll post it onto this agenda so it's easy for you to access.
That would be helpful. I can find it right now too.
Thank you.
So this has been tremendously helpful. And with these frameworks, what I'd love to start understanding now, are there different requirements, different expectations, and different resources that are provided from the federal, state, that actually pull in opposite directions? Does that, and so, for example, we're charged with identifying every student that needs special education services, right? But yet, there's an audit done that requires us to be within the same ratios as the state, correct? Or something to that effect. To me, those would pull on each other. We're supposed to identify everyone, but we can't identify too many or we're out of compliance. And that I may be misunderstanding that, but I'd like to know if you all see different things within the requirements, within the due process, within case law that seem to be pulling on each other instead of pulling in the same direction to genuinely provide the appropriate education to our special education students. Does that make sense? And is that something that's a worthwhile discussion, or do you feel like all of this pulls in harmony together and that there are no competing ideas?
There are always competing ideas. I'd love to say that it's all harmonious, just based on different students and things like that. It doesn't always go harmoniously.
That's not for tonight. That was one to give you some time to think about if it's worth bringing back to this, because I'd just like to know what some of those contradictions are.
Some of those contradictions would be a good place to have in that closed session.
Okay.
And maybe it's also where do you have to strike a balance between two competing interests?
I mean, there are expectations from a federal level, from a state level, and expectations from teachers and parents that are interesting.
That are pulling on each other. Yeah.
Not always, but sometimes.
Thank you so much. Does anyone have any more questions?
Can you just give us access to the link?
Oh,
Thank you. Appreciate the thoroughness and the amount of detail that you have provided to us
thank you for the opportunity.
and given us the opportunity to learn a lot more about special education.
Thanks.
We've made it through 2 agenda items so far.
We are on a roll.
We're on a roll. Our next agenda item is summer schedule for employees. Dr. Godfrey.
Thank you. We are considering a pilot program that would reflect what happens in some other districts during the summer. there are other districts that, well, let me back up. Now that there are no longer year-round schools, it opens up the possibility for additional flexibility for our summer schedule. Now, trying to manage a calendar with COVID and year-round changes and all that is about as difficult as drawing a dodecahedron. But we want to pilot this, take a look at it, and see if it can work, because I think there can be an advantage to parents and employees if we adjust our summer schedule. Now, we have a wide range of things happening in the summer, and the reason for a proposal that only covers 2 weeks is because we have summer school scheduled once again in June. We have 2 weeks of summer school. So rather than additional sessions, besides Valley is the exception, it generally is, which is a very good thing. There's a 2-week session for all schools in June. So we don't want to try it in June this year. But if this works for employees and for parents, then maybe it's something we would expand. So the idea is to do 4 10-hour days instead 5 8-hour days.
And this is summer school, like credit recovery? What are we talking about?
No, in summer. So
You're talking about district staff who
I'm
works
talking
your
about district staff
across the
and then
all
school
summer.
offices that would be open for longer hours Monday through Thursday, but would be closed on Friday. That would be the week of July 11th and July 18th.
Not all summer, just for those particular weeks.
Just for those 2 weeks this year to experiment with that and see how that goes. The idea is the benefit to parents would be that we would be open for a longer period of time each day. If anyone took a day off, they would need to take 1.25 leave days to be gone on one of those 4 days, Monday through Thursday. It's complex because you have people with different job families. A ton of work is being done by ASB, by our ESP, over the summer. But we'd like to experiment with that for those 2 weeks in July. We'd announce that, we'd make that known, and just see how it works and see how it might apply in the future. If we had, in the future, we may have a 7-week period to do that. We looked at doing it for all of July, but we've got the 4th of July and the 24th of July that already shorten those 2 weeks. And we don't want to start figuring out exceptions on top of exceptions until we have tried that model for a 2-week period. I don't have all of the details ironed out for every department, but it would essentially mean that we would be open in schools and at the district level for 1.25 days worth on each of those days. Now, the way that we've structured summer hours in schools, everyone still works their contract time, but the summer hours of availability in the office are reduced just because they don't have people coming in. But this would extend those hours of availability and the work hours to a 10-hour day, Monday through Thursday. So we experiment for 2 weeks, see how it goes in a year that we still have summer school in June. And if it goes well and we hear good feedback, then maybe we can expand it to the month of July or even beyond going forward. It just concentrates the work, allows for some flexibility, but I don't think it would diminish availability on balance.
Does anyone have any concerns with moving forward with that?
What is the day they wouldn't work? Is that a Friday?
Friday.
And this is an all or nothing thing, like the entire district, it's not each individual employee opts in or out.
I think it's more effective if that's an important question because there are departments that will still need to continue their work on a Friday. And that's the that's why I want to experiment with it, because I don't want to mess up the whole summer for employees or make it not fair for other employees. So there may be, for example, in our new construction area, we may need some employees Tuesday through Friday, some Monday through Thursday, but we may still be able to provide a 4-day week for everyone. We may be able to provide flexibility at a different time for those who don't interact with the public. Does that make sense? So 2 weeks will teach us how can we be flexible and meet the needs of every employee group and every job family within those employee groups. Because I'm very sensitive to the idea that I create a benefit for some and not for others. I really want everyone to benefit from this. And I also want to test it out to be sure that parents aren't disadvantaged by this. So a 2-week experiment in July feels like a safe way to test it out and see how it works.
Can a school choose to do it or not do it, or will every school just do it?
It would be everyone doing it, because I just think it becomes too complex for parents to say, well, my elementary is available on Friday, but my middle school and my high school aren't. So for me, it would be creating as much of a consistent environment where that could work. I appreciate John's research. He talked with business administrators in other districts who've done this before in various forms, and there are different ways that people adjust their summer schedules. And we think this is the best trial run for us. Any objection to that or concerns? Okay.
Nope. Let us know how it goes.
We'll put it together, work on that as a cabinet, and then we'll see how that works out. We'll keep you posted as we implement that, put that together. Thank you.
Thank you. Board, are you okay if we take a 10-minute break before our next agenda item? Okay, we'll meet back at 8 o'clock.
Why is Scott here?
Evans.
Is there an agenda item that we could bump up for him?
All right, our next discussion on the agenda is the Friday schedule for the 2022-23 school year. Dr. Godfrey.
Okay, thank you very much. This is, as I understand it, a recommendation that I'm bringing forward for the board to take further action on, but the board can decide how that looks going forward. But I'm bringing this as a recommendation. There's been, of course, a lot of talk with a lot of groups about this over time. Before we get into the details, I want to talk about kindergarten. I know that the transition time between AM and PM kindergarten, that are both AM, essentially, on a Friday, that is a complex issue, and I want to spend more time talking with kindergarten teachers about that. I want to do some small focus groups, because I hear it working for some. I hear that it's very difficult for others. I think the number of sessions that you have, whether there's busing or not, are factors that play into that. And I really want to do make sure that we are providing whatever resources we can to be sure that's working. One of the things that this proposal does not consider is extending the length of instructional time on Friday at elementaries to provide for more time in between kindergarten sessions. So we do not extend that time, and so I felt comfortable moving forward with that recommendation. I considered that.
And after considering it, this is still your recommendation?
This is still my recommendation. Now, I still want to talk with kindergarten teachers and principals about potential solutions for how that transition works in the middle of the day. But I don't think that extending the instructional time for the kindergarten, for the elementary level on Friday, is a good way to approach it. Because the only reason that we've actually created this issue on Fridays is because we shortened instructional time by an hour in order to provide an additional hour of preparation time for elementary teachers. And that's something I'd like to preserve. So in order to preserve that additional hour of preparation time for elementary teachers, I am not recommending extending instructional time on Fridays. That would solve the kindergarten problem, but I really want to have some small group discussions with kindergarten teachers that can help me understand what's working in some schools and what the frustrations are in some schools and what we can do as a district to provide resources or flexibility or other options that can help make that more manageable.
Couldn't kindergarten instructional hours be reduced?
They could be reduced. And it takes about 45 minutes to...
I'm not saying I want them to. I'm just wondering, just making sure it can.
They could reduce,
Kindergarten teachers would say no.
Right.
but there are trade-offs there. I've heard negative feedback from kindergarten teachers about that. So,
Same.
but I really just want to hear from that specific group. And I've talked with some, but I want to be more systematic on that and go deeper on that. Now, and in terms of timeline, that doesn't mean we kick that can far down the road. At the latest, I would want to talk with the board about that in one of our next 2 meetings. So that would be beginning of May. Like I said, the work that our kindergarten teachers do is essential. It's difficult. They're teaching kids how to learn. They're teaching kids how to be in school. And it's a huge start on literacy. And so I want to provide an optimal environment for teachers on those Fridays, particularly in kindergarten. So that I feel like that needs to be an ongoing conversation for me to get some more ideas and data, and so I'm going to do some small focus groups, either virtually or in person. Probably virtually out of convenience for teachers. So,
You received an email from a kindergartner teacher yesterday that I have had numerous conversations with highly involved, very interested in finding a solution. I would hope she would be one you'd reach out to.
Certainly, absolutely.
So then the rest of the recommendation is to keep things as they've been this year.
No, I'm going to go over the rest of the
Sorry.
recommendation, but
Like, did I miss the
for,
recommendation?
for those kindergarten,
Sorry, thank you.
just because kindergarten teachers
Set up.
are in a very, yeah, I know, I'm becoming known for my setup, but the kindergarten teachers are in a unique circumstance that was created because we gave that extra hour of prep time. And so I just need to get into that deeper. But that has to do with the mechanics of how the day works as opposed to the length of instructional time for elementary students. So I feel like I can move forward with the rest of the recommendations and continue to work on kindergarten between now and the next 2 meetings that we have. So I'm going to ask Mr. Anderson to pull up the recommendation. And I want to talk through this. Part of what we have to look at. I want to talk through this. Part of what we have to look at. I want to talk through this. Part of what we have to look at. I want to talk through this. Part of what we have to look at. I want to talk through this.
So you were saying you wanted to talk through this?
That is, if I may, I'd like to talk through this. Hearing my voice over and over is everyone's worst nightmare, so I apologize for that. Thank you to the DJ who mixed that particular piece. So I will summarize first, and then I want to go over the details. Part of what we get hung up on sometimes is the terminology. Is this contract time? Is this PLC time? Is this prep time? Is this instructional time? So I just want to talk about the changes, and then I'm very open to a discussion on any questions or concerns or thoughts about the dynamics here at play.
Access to this, or should I be taking pictures?
Oh, yes, we'll post this as well. I'm sorry. That's part of my swooping into town, that it's not posted yet. But it's just this one slide. So for the high school, I don't recommend any changes. That would be the same schedule that we've had. For elementary, I don't recommend any changes. For middle school, I'm recommending a change to accomplish 2 things. Well, it's more than that, but we've had a couple of kind of unresolved gray areas with the middle school that I hope to address. The busing schedule that's proposed is 10 to 3, that the drop-off is for 10 o'clock and the pickup is at 3 o'clock. And that half an hour of the flexible learning time is folded into the schedule. From a busing perspective, what that accomplishes is we had buses that were supposed to pick up at 2:30 that were really picking up at 2:45. We're picking up at 2:50 because we were just cutting it too close. We also had students who were not accessing the flexible time with teachers because they had to be bused home. We also have a high level of innovation on schedules and providing intervention or enhancement or enrichment time for students at the middle level. So some were doing that Monday through Thursday, some were doing it on Fridays. And so what this proposal does is it also addresses the fact that teachers at the middle level had students from 2:30 to 3:30 in that hour of flexible time, but then 3:30 was the end of their contract, so they had students right up until the last moment of their day. And it's just difficult not to have some time built in to manage, to wrap up your week. And like I said, students weren't always able to access that time. And so that time it's just difficult, except at the high school level, to provide flexible time that doesn't have transportation attached to it. So the only change here is that the middle school would have busing moved from 2:30 to 3 o'clock. That means all the buses could be on time. They could be waiting for kids to pile on and head out. It gives 30 minutes for teachers at the end of the day, and it pulls, instead of an hour of flexible learning time, it pulls half an hour into the bell schedule. But middle schools are already creating much more time than that during the week for flexible learning that is more personalized. So I think that addresses most of the issues. There are parents I've heard from who are concerned that busing that late for middle school makes it difficult for students who want to participate in athletics at the high school level. And so I think that has to be something that we work with the high school coaches, but also through a student schedule that can provide maximum flexibility in the afternoon. But it also means they're getting picked up at 3 o'clock every day of the week. So there's some consistency there for middle school. As with anything, there are trade-offs associated with this. I met with a group of students. Now I'll go through each level. And like I said, questions or concerns, let's talk about those. So for high school, it's a little bit out of order here because I wanted to show the comparison. Actually, let's just go across. So the school start time, high schools would start at 8:30. Elementaries, class time starts at 9, and middle school, class time starts at 10.
Is that all schools?
That would be, well, that depends on what we do with start and end times. So let me skip to that. We're looking at our start and end times. I still will not be bringing that forward tonight because we are trying to work through some long-standing inconsistencies and to solve some long-standing problems. And this discussion will help lead us into that discussion, so I'll bring that back next time. I keep trying to bring it forward, but I will bring it next time. After this discussion, I'll have better information about that. So this is a baseline, but this would be the start time for all of the for all of the elementaries that start at 9 currently. But if they start at 8:30, then it's all moved up. So this is the simplified version. So that's an important question that you ask.
Can I ask a question about start and end times? So getting the high school out at 1 and the elementary. Now I know there's personalized learning time in there, but a lot of kids are opting to go home at 1. That has been problematic, especially for my school, where you have an elementary and a high school next to each other, and you have sophomore drivers who are inexperienced, and this has been a pretty big issue. Is there a reason why we're getting both of these schools out at the same time, roughly?
The reason for that is just the amount of PLC time that we want to start with at the high school. There are layers to that, and I understand that is a complicating factor. Busing, of course, still happens at 2 o'clock for the high school, but we do have the traffic of kids leaving at 1 if they don't need the help. The 1 to 2 flexible time, I met with a class of students and talked about this, and they really see value in that hour of personalized learning time.
I do too.
The alignment of 1 o'clock is really because we're trying to start elementary at the same time that we normally do. And it gives time for the high school for those PLCs to happen for an hour and 15 minutes at the start of the day. And then that just bumps that end time to where it is. If you have PLCs at the end of the day, then athletics get in the way of that, and it just kind of evaporates, and you don't get the same level of participation, not due to anyone's fault. It's just more valuable time at the start of the day.
I'm just wondering if there's some way, even just the schools that are in that situation, if we could maybe look for a workaround. I can think of a couple high schools that have an elementary school right next to it. It has been problematic at Mountain Ridge.
Yeah.
You don't have to answer today. You can figure it out.
Yeah, we can look at that. Yeah, there are a couple of things we could consider. And since we're on that, I want to go back to the point that Nikki made. 8:30 a.m. start time is for all high schools. 9 a.m. start time is for elementaries that start at 9, but some start at 8:30. And middle
Oh.
school is for 10. That's for the ones that start at 8, but some start at 7:30. So it would be bumped by half an hour for those schools that started it.
So if it's 8:30, does it get out at 12:30 for the elementary?
Yes, that's right.
So we could simply just move Ridgeview to 8:30 to 12:30, solve that problem.
Right.
If
And that's
transportation
one
works
of
out.
those, but I hesitate to throw that out there
Yeah.
because I don't want
Know
to give
about
anyone the
transportation
impression
and all the other
that
stuff.
that's in range, because that's a large school and I don't know whether we have that flexibility.
Okay, thanks.
With a school that large covering the area that it does, there may be busing issues, but I don't know that off the top of my head. So
For sure, thanks.
so for the high school, again, the school start time 8:30 for high school, 9 for elementary, 10 for middle school. The end time is 1 o'clock for high school, 1 o'clock for elementary, and 3 o'clock for middle school. But the busing time is 1, 2, and 3. And that allows for the flexibility for buses to actually be on time. The personalized learning time is from 1 to 2 at the high school. Math teachers get hit really hard here. And so that's something that we're talking about. But beyond that, it provides really good flexible time. At the high school level, there are more transportation options. Even if you don't have a car, sometimes you have a buddy who does or a friend who does that can, pick you up or take you home. And there's just added flexibility there for high school students. And
There's also added room in the building to stay.
right. So there are a number of factors that make that work, or where it would not be as effective at other levels. The PLC time is from 7 to 8:15. That still gives 15 minutes for teachers and others to get to class. There's contract time at the end of the day from 2 to 3 to wrap up. But you dive right into PLCs. As soon as you're there, the PLCs start. Again, the busing schedule, 8:30 a.m. to 2 p.m. And then at the elementary level, again, no changes there. 9 a.m. school start time, 1 p.m. end time. The personalized learning time is during school hours. It's built into the way they operate as a school. PLC time will vary. Now, the reason I say that, they've got PLC prep time, the 1 to 4 block of time at the end of the day. And different schools structure it different ways. Those same rules would be in place about the amount of time that could be used for training during that time. It's very limited through the year. And it's prep time if you do your PLCs during the week. And if you do your PLCs then, prep time is offset using specials in class during the week. So we don't change or mandate how that works for anybody. We just keep that the way that it is and provide that level of flexibility. Again, the busing is at 9 and 1. And then for the middle school, classes start at 10, end at 3, and it just bakes in that 30 minutes of personalized learning time and now provides that 30 minutes at the end of the day for teachers to recombobulate. PLC time from 7:30 to 9:30. That's just reflective of where things were pre-COVID. There was more PLC time set aside at the middle school level. And then the contract time is just unassigned time. It's not prep time. It's not PLC time. So that would be from 9:30 to 10. So after PLCs, there's a half hour between the end of PLCs and the start of class, and then from 3 to 3:30 at the end of the day, which addresses concerns heard from teachers about having students right up till the end. And it creates this, instead of having this hour of time where students may stay or they may not stay, then everyone's bused and everyone's time in school ends at the same time. What questions can I answer for you?
Does there need to be an hour between busing drop off coming home? Like, could middle school get out at 2:30 instead of 3?
2:30 would be idealistic. It would work for some buses. We could put it to 2:30, knowing that some buses would be late and it might be 2:45. But yeah, that's what we have right now. So we could stay with what we have now and make that busing at 2:30. It's tight. It's a tight turnaround.
And would that shorten the PLC time though? No, because there's contract time in there. Okay.
You'd have to
I
move
answered my
the half
question.
an hour, you'd have to move the half an hour of
Of
personalized
contract.
learning's time back from, to the day.
Or just eliminate it. And just reduce the amount of time kids spend at school on Fridays at the middle level.
No, I was thinking middle school going from 9:30 to 2:30 instead of 10 to 3.
Oh. So then the drop-offs would be 8:30, 9:30,
8:30,
9:30.
We're just going to have parents that aren't going to be happy that all their other kids get out at 1 and there's one middle schooler gets out 2 hours later.
Technically, they get out at 1, 2, and 3, but they have a hard time understanding the high school gets out at 2.
We looked at a 9:30 drop-off, but the busing doesn't work at 9:30 just because of the different schools that start at different times. This is oversimplified, of course, because most elementaries would start at 9 and most middle schools would start at 10, but that's not true for everyone. We could bump it 15 minutes. We could do 9:45, which gives 15 minutes of time before between PLCs and classes starting. So we could make it 9:45 to 2:45.
Sounds better. 2:45 sounds better. I don't know if it is better. It's only 15 minutes. But, okay.
So, give me a grade on the personalized learning time.
A grade?
Give me a grade.
How's it going?
How's it gone? How would students grade it? How would parents grade it? How would teachers grade it? You're obviously repeating it. Is that because it's too early to render a verdict? Or you've had tremendous success and we think we'd like to do it again?
You mean at the high school level?
Yeah.
Oh, I welcome your texts and emails, those who disagree with my grades. I would say teachers would give it a, like I said, teachers in certain subject areas get hit pretty hard. But I would say teachers would probably, I would say probably a B+ for teachers, B+ for parents, A for students. I'd say it's in that range. I know, this is what students said to me. I know I can find my teacher and get help from them during that hour. There are times
Whether
when
I
you
take
need to-
advantage of it every week or not,
yeah,
but at
it's-
least knowing that it's there.
it provides it provides some it provides that time when you know you can reach people. And that's not to say that high school teachers aren't very available. They are. But you have 200 kids that need your attention at the 7 minutes you have in between classes sometimes, or there just isn't time built into the schedule to allow for access. But I think the lower grades you would get from teachers is because of the volume that they have on those days and how difficult it is to manage the volume that they get. So that's why I say in certain subject areas, they get hit pretty hard. But to get the flexibility,
So their complaints too much volume, not enough.
I hear more concerns about just getting slammed. They have so many kids there
Because no one's
that it
in
becomes
class at that
difficult to
moment.
manage. Right, because you can
And
have
almost
all,
everyone takes a math class.
Yeah, very.
if you have a test coming up next week, you may have 175 kids show up and say, hey, I need help with this concept before I take this high stakes test. So that's the trade-off.
Are we still in
That's
experiment
the
mode?
GPA, by the way. There's a wide range of grades that each would assign. But
Are we still in experiment mode, or are you settling on this is what Fridays look like in Jordan School District?
the fact that I've changed as little as I have makes me feel like we're getting pretty close. I really like having the professional days built in advance as well, where teachers have a day built in through the year where they can accomplish some things they need to accomplish, where they have some choice over how their time is used. That's the difficulty. It's not that people who get a ton of students showing up don't want to help students. It's that you don't have time where you can kind of pace yourself. It's breakneck, just like it is during class. Anyway, teachers, time for teachers is just really crucial, and that's part of what I like about this, is it creates some meaningful time, creates meaningful time for students. I think at the middle school, level, the hour at the end of the day has been less productive. Not because people haven't tried or not because good things haven't happened, but it's been more difficult to make it worthwhile when some kids are there, can't be there, and they bake it into their schedule already. They do a nice job of really modifying things so it's workable.
So is Flexible Fridays gone?
Thank you. We actually have a fairly limited number of Fridays after we have holidays and we put in those professional days. So I would not recommend having Flexible Fridays in the coming year.
So is there a policy that requires you to bring this to us and us approve this, or is this more of an advice and consent type exercise?
I think it is a good time for the board to determine how you want to address this going forward, because with COVID and the level of experimentation and innovation that we were looking at, the board actually, there was various processes that ended with a board vote for a Friday schedule last year. But going forward, if you want to say today, this is an advise and consent and keep us posted on what you do with kindergarten, but this is just something that you bring forward so that we're informed and there's a public discussion, but we don't take formal action, then I'm comfortable with that.
So there's no written policy. This is just based on some
No.
precedent that happened in our unique circumstances of COVID.
Right. And I don't know that we really changed it pre-COVID. It just was always what it was, and we didn't really adjust it.
Yeah.
So there wasn't a need to decide what our process would be. So I appreciate that question. I'm comfortable with however we want to do that.
So I think, President, at some point, that's depending on what we choose to do with this, whether it is advise and consent or whether it is actually formally thing, I think we need to solidify that as well as to what our future role as a board is on it.
Can we decide that tonight?
Yeah, I think we should, because I think we need to decide if we're going to give him direction to move forward or if we're going to vote on this at our next meeting. And I had thought about that very issue, and it isn't, it's just, it's precedence. We changed it, and we did vote to change it during that unique period of our COVID. So do we need to vote on further changes, or is this now an administrative decision?
I'm very content to let the superintendent handle this from here on out.
I don't really see major changes here, so.
I like the courtesy information, but I would prefer not to have to take a vote on this.
Kind of out of our lane.
Young?
Yep. I do.
I think if we're still debating what Friday should be, but I think this solidifies that we have a model now. We're going to stick with this. There'll be changes maybe even every year. That's administrative, not a board decision.
Okay, I think that is clear direction then.
Okay.
Administrative. I'm assuming everyone wants to be informed of what's decided, though.
Yes.
And kindergarten brought back in a couple weeks
Yes.
as an information item.
One of our next 2 meetings, depending on how quickly I can meet with
Okay.
principals, so.
So is this a go? Or is there anyone have any more feedback on this?
Because this is was a study session item, I will give a few days. Maybe we'll send it out after I have a chance for people to react to it. If they expected it to be brought back to a general session, I'd hate to just send it out. So anyone listening that wants to contact me with a question is welcome to do that before we send it out finalized. But I would imagine that this is something that we can send out. I've had a lot of feedback on this, as you can imagine. So this is not just me sitting in a room by myself working on this. Lots of people have weighed in on this, and I appreciate the board's support for our looking at some different alternatives. And we've had a lot of really good discussion, and there's no solution that addresses every issue. Tracy hit on my greatest concern is the difference in release times for middle, high, and elementary, but hopefully we can be flexible with parents and understanding of the difference in those schedules, and we can work with athletics and activities, and we can work with families when they need flexibility if they have their outlier middle school child that maybe creates a difficult schedule for families. So that's the drawback, but I think it reflects a lot of other feedback we've received. So
And middle school got out at 2:30 this year.
on Fridays.
On
yes.
Fridays, and high school's got out at 1. So with the athletic issue, they've already experienced that for the most part, minus
Right.
30 minutes.
And coaches, if you're a teacher, then you're available for students from 1 to 2. And high school students who are on a team should be able to access their teachers from 1 to 2, even if they're on a team. It's not like, well, I have sport X, so I can't access teachers after school.
They're not starting practice at 1:05.
So we have to, sport by sport, we have to mitigate that. There's competition on Fridays, so it's nice when that competition, you have to leave at 1:30, but you don't have to be excused from classes. It's hard for 9th graders. So that's an issue we have to keep working on. But there are virtual classes available that through our virtual academy that can help. That helps every day that there's a competition. If you have competition at the end of the day, but you have virtual classes built into the end of your day schedule, then there's less stress when you have those competitions that require you to leave earlier. So we'll work hard to provide some solutions the best we can. But thanks for your support through this process.
Can you get back to me on the solution for high school and elementary?
Yeah, we'll take a look at that and talk about how we can address that. You bet.
I think there are similar instances with middle school and elementary for those that aren't 9 a.m. start times.
And I would say there is an advantage to a later start time for our middle schoolers on that one day, and to our high schoolers. So
Okay, thank you.
thank you very much.
Then the next agenda item is school start and end times, which you
Bring back next time.
briefly mentioned. We'll bring that back next time. Okay. Our next agenda item is the update from the School Closure Policy Committee. We brought this a couple of meetings back. We received feedback from the board. We also received feedback from our region PTA, and then also our legal counsel reviewed it. So there are some changes. The changes we've made are in the red line version of that. Does anyone have any more feedback on this policy?
Remind me why you the word policy was struck.
It's redundant. There is a policy. This is a policy, so we didn't need to call it a policy.
Okay. That makes sense.
Anything else? Does anyone feel like we need any more feedback on it, or are you ready to take it to a vote next time around? I'll take it that your silence means you're ready to take it to a vote next time. Okay, we'll put it on the next board meeting agenda. And thank you to Ms. George and Ms. Atwood and Ms. Robinson for your work on that committee.
And Ms. Miller.
Thank you. Okay, our next item is a discussion on a potential district school community council. Mr. Robinson.
Yes, as a parent, I've been involved in following school boards for maybe the last 2 decades, and watching various misconceptions that I had, and maybe trying to understand, what the board does, what the district does, how can I be involved as a parent. And I know Mr. Dunford had written me and told me a little bit the same as I. There is some need to have some kind of a parent formation that could solicit parent ideas. And we've done a lot in past years to engage parents, and they all seem to fizzle out. Town halls in a past board were done. I remember going to all of them, and at first they were very big, and then they kind of fizzled out over time, and it was the same 5 people. We've done Parent University, kind of was the same thing, super popular, and then over time it kind of faded out. And You know, but I have noticed, I don't know if you would all agree, but I have noticed there's more parents on parent school community councils. There seems to be more parents following us on our YouTube live stream. And so there is a lot of things we've been doing to try to engage them. So we've had a parent talk in our Patreon comments recently about developing some kind of a school community council district-wide. That's certainly something I've wanted to do for a long time. Other districts have done it, Granite specifically, and I sent you the link to Granite's site. I had an opportunity to talk to a member of the Granite School Board today about that, and he was the president when that was started. Apparently, they copied it from Alpine, so I didn't know Alpine had one. I'd like to explore and see what Alpine does. We could develop this any way we want to develop it. I think we have something really working well, and that's the local school community councils. And Granite kind of blended that a little bit by having members from their community councils kind of be elected. They had 2 from each feeder, but it might be better to have like a secondary and a elementary from each feeder. However we want to do that. There's been some recommendations that we form some kind of a parent LEAC where there's a representative from every school, but that would be 68 parents. That's hard sometimes to get things done, but we also could do both. So we could have kind of a large parent group that represent one from every school, and yet a smaller one that maybe the school community council chairs can each nominate somebody to come. And, you know, it might be nice to, I know Granite does this, they have the superintendent there, 3 board members at this district community council. If we're talking about something to do with facilities, then Scott would show up. I think the communications person's involved there. We can have, you know, administrator of schools or whatever. So we'd have some of a balance with some district people to answer some of the tough questions that they might have. So just an idea. What ideas and questions do you have? Is this something that we want to pursue and look at?
Do you see this primarily as a way to inform parents or as a way to get feedback from parents?
So for me, I think both. I think we've talked about as a board, there's some misconceptions in the community, and maybe this is a way that we can clear up some miscommunications on maybe things that people perceive one way or another, and we can share why we make certain decisions, but also soliciting input. We recently had like our dress code and our alcohol policies changed, and we went out to solicit input, and this is a committee that we could have maybe taken it to earlier and talked about, you know, that input. Even the last discussion we had on Fridays, maybe, you know, we can see on parent side, what do you guys like, what do you don't like? So there's lots of ways we can use this, I think, and I think it could be very beneficial if it's set up right. I think it need to be balanced a bit so that, you know, there seems to be different parents groups out there, and I think that you would want to balance that to a whole. So for instance, our calendaring committee is great because they make decisions, but then the whole community weighs in on their decisions. So if they wanted to, like, for instance, develop a calendar around the solar eclipse, they couldn't do that on their own. You know, it's kind of like they get feedback from everybody. And so I really like that too. Like this could be a committee that we could use with boundary changes, or, I mean, a variety of different things, I think. I think that could really work out. I did call several of our legislators over the last few days because it seems like our legislators are moving towards this direction, that they want us to be more engaged with parents, and they really like this idea. Also, I can't speak for all of them. I only talked to a couple, but it would be nice to maybe take this proposal to them and say, is this what you're looking for in some of the laws that were proposed this last year?
Questions do people have?
So, Mr. Robinson, do you think that on the local level with each of the school community councils that these kinds of things are not being discussed or determined on the local level? And is that enough? I don't know.
Yeah, I just see it's maybe the link that we could maybe take what we're talking about and taking it to the local level, and take what the local level's talking about and bringing it to us. There may be just a missing link a little bit. I mean, I attend most of the school community council meetings whenever I possibly can, and so I'm in touch with what they're saying, but it would be nice for them to bring it to us instead of me trying to listen and maybe miss a meeting where they talked about something important. So I personally would set it up where a representative from the school community council is a member there. So the school community council is an elected body. A lot of people don't understand that, because if you show up, you're usually in. But I actually had to run for it at Fort Harriman, and I lost, and because we had too many volunteers. And so we ran a vote, and I lost, and that was all right, because I still could be informed and go to the meetings and stuff. And so they would be elected to their school community council, and then we could hold election maybe within the secondary feeder. Maybe it'd be run by the administrator of schools or whatever, and say, okay, here's the chairs, well, who would you like to represent you, and then do that with an elementary and the feeder system. Again, just a possible way we could appoint them too. But I like the idea that we would use elected folks, elected parents to represent. And they would be elected kind of twice, once to their school and once to the district.
I do like the idea of having it come from the school community councils.
My hope would be that they would go back and fill in the other school community council members, their chairs, and then they could feed it back down. And I think we wouldn't even have to make any kind of like the calendaring committee has like a turnover policy, so we can get new blood in there. We wouldn't even have to do that because you're aged out of your school. So these are parents. In order to be on a school community council, you must have a student in that school. And so they would naturally evolve into new chairs on a regular basis.
So is this something that we would want to consider dividing by secondary elementary, or are you saying everybody would meet together?
I think you could do both, just like we do with LEAC, where if you have a secondary from each feeder and an elementary from each feeder, then maybe we're dealing with elementary topics, so maybe we'd have an elementary meeting and a secondary, but most commonly probably they'd both be together, I think it depends on the issues that we're talking about, what we want to accomplish. I see this as a board-driven committee, not an administrative committee. So it would be chaired by members of the board. Administration would be there for support.
And do you see it like LEAC then? Kind of representative from every school, and the board picks the topic?
So I think you could work a LEAC where the chairmans of each school can come, and it'd be a larger group, and certainly like when we're brainstorming. But I do think a smaller group, you can get more things done. And so what I would do is both. The number one is have them each elect a representative and make it a smaller group. But if we wanted to do more of a brainstorm, more of a what are the issues out there, then we could invite every chair of the school community councils from all 68 schools, right?
So if we did it as a feeder, so a representative from a feeder, so then we would have individual schools vote for a representative for the district community council, but then not necessarily every elementary would have a representative. So then how would we choose who actually came to the smaller group?
So, you'd have to assign every school to an actual feeder. I think you have a really hard time with Midas Creek because they feed into 3 schools, 3 middle schools. And so we'd probably have to designate that they're part of Riverton or they're part of Mountain Ridge or whatever. So there is a few schools like that. That's a little more confusing. Most schools are in a true feeder system where they do feed to a place, but there are several schools that would be two sides. But I think if we declared, you know, this school is part of this and this a thing, then I think that takes care of some of that confusion. And again, it's our hope that whoever is selected comes back to each of those chairs of those different schools and shares the information. And whether or not that's required to have like another meeting just with chairs, or do they, you know, send out notes, or however they want to do that. But I would hope that they would feed it back down.
So if you had a feeder system that had 4 elementary schools in it, this group would only have one of the 4 elementary schools represented. Am I
Correct.
understanding that
Yeah.
right? So we're talking about, we're going to let the school community council group choose a representative. But so now we have 4 representatives from from all of the elementaries. So how do we choose which of those 4 comes to the meeting? Does that make sense?
Yeah, so the 4 would elect each other. Does that make sense? So you would have, if you had 4 elementary schools, you have 4 chairs, then we would have an election between those 4 chairs, and then they would decide who's going to be the person.
And just the 4 chairs would vote on that?
Yes, that's how I see it. Is just the chairs would vote for that, and you know.
How often do you see this committee meeting?
Good question. I think maybe it's very similar to LEAC. Granite District does it every other month. I mean, I think if the issues are heavier, we can increase that, but it seems like, you know, 4 times a year might be really good. So.
Granite hasn't brought theirs back for a couple of years. Do you have any?
Actually, I thought that was the case, and when I talked to them today, yes, they're continuing to do it. They did stop a little bit during COVID, but they're continuing to do it, and they're having their meetings. So they just have not posted their minutes like they had in the past. So it's still going. I don't know about Alpine or what other districts, what they're doing, but they've loved it. They've done it for what was, I think if I remember right, 2016 is when they started it, something like that.
So like with a school community council, there is somebody that creates agenda, runs the meeting. Who would do that? And
It's a board committee, so it would be the board, whoever's assigned from the school board.
one obstacle that I remember both in town halls and parent universities was just the difference between elementary and secondary. Their needs were so much different. And we all know that needs are different from school to school as well. So I see that as being an obstacle. And that would be information that I would hope that we could find out from other districts that are doing this.
Yeah, like I said, that we could make this committee fluid in the way that it could be set up a elementary and secondary, but if we decide that we want to split them into 2 meetings, then we can have an elementary, then you'd have one from each feeder system, and then have a secondary. We could have them together, and maybe once a year or whatever, we can invite everybody in, like one representative from every school. Maybe you start that way. Maybe you know, let's talk about the issues, what's out there. And that creates our agenda. So I think it can be created in a way that we can twist it a little bit to meet whatever the needs of the parents and the board.
I think that like with parent universities, it wasn't there were more, or there was some that were more attended than others, and it absolutely was the topic.
Yeah.
It wasn't necessarily that people wanted to stop coming, but that the topic didn't fit what they needed at the time.
Yeah, I meant by that, we have tried to bring on parents, and we've tried to inform parents, and so that's what I was talking about, parent university.
I would lean towards a representative from every school,
So you'd like a big one?
but maybe meet separately in elementary and secondary, depending on the issue. But anyway, just kicking ideas. I guess the first question is this something, there's a lot of details to work out.
Yeah.
You've thrown out a lot of things. So I guess the first question is this something the board is interested in doing? And then we can figure out how to work out all the details.
Well, I'm interested.
Yes.
I'm interested.
Okay, others?
I'd like to see a proposal.
You want to see the details?
I'd love to see a proposal.
That's where I'm at, is I need to see more of the details. I need to see the legwork being done, and I need to see action of that.
I'd love to see it work. I'd love to see the details. If Mr. Robinson is asking permission to bring the board a proposal, then I'd say absolutely yes. I'd like to see, like, policy format. Here's what I would envision the structure would be. We can tweak it, which we always do. I'd like to see option A in front of me. Then it'll become option B and option C and option D. But I think we could talk forever in theory, and until there's something written in front of us, it's hard to keep talking. I'd more than happy to have Mr. Robinson bring forward a,
So the draft policy.
yep.
Is that a potential ad hoc?
I think so, because I don't want this to be a Mr. Robinson program. I want this to be a board program. So it's one thing for me to bring up, like, the idea, but it's a whole lot different than have one board member try to craft it and be happy, have everyone happy. So I think it needs to be several people that work together, and I think we could reach out to legislators, we can reach out to parents. How do you see this? And, you know, and certainly other districts.
Okay, so is everyone interested in moving forward with the idea? Sounds like we have,
Actually, my first
Yes.
reaction was, and I'll be honest with you, I thought we don't need another committee. I mean, a lot of us are already on multiple. But if it's something that the rest would like to at least look at, I would support that.
and I'm supportive of ways we can get parents more involved.
That's what I'm looking for.
Okay, the next question is what that next step should be. Mr. Robinson, bring back a policy, an ad hoc committee, or some other idea. You're thinking ad hoc committee?
Well, I just think it's a whole lot easier. Like, if I bring back something that's what I like, and then everyone will say, oh, I don't like that, I don't like that. But if I can get a couple other board members, I'm sure I would probably be on the ad hoc committee, I would imagine. And then we bring it back as a consensus, like, here's 3 of us, and this is what we think it should be. I just think it's a stronger proposal than just one person's proposal. I don't want this to be my program. I want this to be owned by the board, and the board really wants to do this, and they see that it's
I agree with that, but we've had several things that started with a board member drafting something. That's kind of a good beginning point. So I don't see it as Mr. Robinson's project. I see the beginning point to be, would you come with a policy? We've done that numerous times on this board where, you know, would you just get something down that we could then discuss? I like the idea of an ad hoc committee, but committees are hard for genesis. Committees are great for analysis and research. I'd love to see someone do the genesis initially. I would not see it as his project as much as it's, here's something to discuss. Here's a beginning point. That would be my proposal. I'd love Mr. Robinson to come back with a draft.
And I feel uncomfortable with doing that, just because I could only do this if other board members were weighing in on it. Because we've done that with the club policies, we've done that with a variety of different policies where we'll grab a group together and we talk and we develop, and I just think it's stronger that way.
Ad hoc committee or?
I think
Otherwise-
we need a proposal. I think we need a
I just want
How
a
to
little
get one
bit
is the question.
more information before we do the ad hoc. I'm not opposed to doing a ad hoc.
Tell me what you need then, because again, I'm uneasy with.
Take
just-
everything that you just said, I see it as, and put it in a document.
Well, I'm saying I see it as, because I don't want this to be me, Bryce. I want this to be us. I want this to,
And it
what do
will
you
be.
say? What do you say? And
it will
and
be.
that it's coming as an idea. And so all I'm asking for is, I don't want this to be my policy. I want this to be our policy. And so what I'm asking for is a couple other board members that would buy into studying it together and talking to people, and then we'll put it into a policy as a committee. But
I'm willing to help.
Okay, let's go with an ad hoc committee of 2 and 3 if there's anyone else that wants to join. And every board member is welcome, just like any committee, every board member is welcome to give feedback at any time. Okay, so I will give you the assignment to bring back the proposal.
so just two of us?
And you can meet with others as needed or reach out to anybody to bring it back.
Okay.
Happy to work with you also.
Okay, so we have
Okay.
3. I heard that. Thank you.
Okay, anything else on that? Our next item is review of National School Boards Association Conference. So this past weekend, some of the school board members traveled to San Diego for the annual NSBA conference, actually the first one in a few years due to COVID. So nice to be back in person again. And as always, if we are taking the time and the budget to do this, we want to report back to find out kind of what your takeaways are and what you learned from the conference. So, anyone want to start out?
I can do it if you want.
Okay.
So conferences are always great. I always pick up a couple ideas here or there. I think the San Antonio one, when we had a crisis on the table of, our mental health, was a significant conference for me, and it changed everything. For me, it changed everything that we did in the district. And I felt that way this time because I kind of went in with some really big concerns. The pandemic has changed the climate of teachers and students and the community, and this conference really spoke to me on the solutions. And so I was able to begin with a great class called the Path Forward: Students and Teachers Well-Being amidst and beyond the pandemic. And they talked a little bit about the positives that came out, but they also talked about, some of the negative things and the fact that educators feel a lot of pressure. 41% of educators nationally have multiple jobs. Compensation is rather low. They also said that they're leaving and going to a second job right after. But they also talked about the connection of the school and the community, that communities want to be more involved, and this is just on a whole national level. So as they talked about some of their solutions, they did talk about like the heart of the community is the family, and we need to value every child. But as I listened to that, and as I listened to some of the other things, it seemed like we have to be more invested in our people. I mean, Damon John's presentation was not really significant to me, but he did make this one thing. He says, in Shark Tank, they don't invest in the product, they invest in the people. And I walked away from, that's probably the only line I walked away that was really great from him. But I mean, he was great, but it just struck me again, every time I listened to it, it talked about, people. Probably for me, the best session was the session with the principals of Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood.
I like that too.
So, and I actually purchased their book and read it on the way home on the airplane, and then finished it the next day. And it was significant at looking at how Mr. Rogers was innovative and creative and really just loved people. And I never thought about that as a kid, but I do remember like being glued to the television watching this guy put a sweater on and changing his shoes or whatever, you know what I mean? And then we go to make believe. But that, if you haven't read that book, and we haven't done reads lately, maybe that might be a book that we want to read together. I found that was significant. So again, like every time I went to a class, and maybe it's because of what I picked, seemed to be on people. One of the things that Mr. Rogers, he just says, well, we need to build relationships of trust with parents in the school. And he just said, Fred showed us how the neighborhood works together. And I love the part where he says, I like you just the way you are, you know. And so, again, I kept seeing that over and over again, even in our own presentation, which was awesome. Our communications team did an amazing presentation, a pretty full room. Dr. Godfrey talking a little bit about the Supercast, so he got national attention on this, and listening to the buzz of other people and their questions. But it really came down to how can we connect what we're doing with people. And Dr. Godfrey has such a talent of understanding an individual and drawing it out of them and bringing it in a friendly way. And we've seen the podcast and how it's been very effective in introducing people and understanding people. And so I don't know. I think that we need to work more at, just working with the negativity out there. We can't, one of the things I really liked is we can't change negative people. We can only change ourselves, but we can change the stage in which they're on. And I think that's one of the things I'm trying to do with that committee is we can change the stage that's on there. We can ask that they be more of a part with us. And so I would like to, kind of work on dealing with people better. I even went to the class, how to deal with negative people and keep from being negative yourself. And I mostly did that for me. But it really did, again, like, we're all so different, but our differences can help us be better. And our communities right now are really, really divisive, if you would. And it's putting a pressure on our school system, which puts a pressure on our kids. And it's just a cycle we need to break out of. And so I would love to have even this on our agendas. That's what we did with mental health. Topics like bullying and what are we doing with mental health. And safety is another thing we haven't talked about for a while. So, again, always having these items come up on agendas I think would be very useful. And I would hope that that this is something that we could do. It certainly was blended throughout almost every presentation I heard. So that's my report.
Thank you. Keep going down the road? Okay, it's George.
So I'll probably echo a lot of what Mr. Robinson said. I apologize if it's somewhat redundant, but I felt like this conference had a lot of focusing on the why. Why are you doing this? And what's driving the decisions? One of the classes that I was really interested in was the one about the portrait of a graduate. So it's using the portrait of a graduate for district transformation. I hope this isn't something that everybody already knows, but this was a group of schools who took some of their values, wrote them into how they just had a single infographic, one page of what their values and expectations are for their students. And then they allow that to guide all decision making throughout their district. So if we're sitting in a board meeting, that is an essential document to every decision that we make. Why are we doing this and how does it affect students? And I think that driving force helps you a lot to focus on the why of why are we making these decisions and keeping important priorities in place. So I was excited when Ms. Miller suggested that as a potential topic for a summer strategy session. Is that the right name?
Yes, sure.
I thought that was really great. And I think the same thing happened with the Fred Rogers talk. That we talked about a lot about the whys and how to create safe spaces where people are able to express themselves in a non-divisive way. And I think that all comes again through us understanding our whys and why are we listening to public input and how are we taking that into our practice as a board. This is really ironic, but maybe the most profound truth that I learned through the whole thing was during a dance performance where
Really good.
They were so
they
good.
were really good. And one of the statements that they said was the power of yet. And I found myself referring to that again and again and again with my students, with my own children. You know, whenever it's like, oh, I'm bad at math. No, you're not good at math yet. Let's add that yet on there. And I think that we can allow the same grace in our own district in being willing to accept feedback in a productive way and put it into practice as a yet. And then, of course, one of the classes that I went to, again, on communication, Mr. Robinson talked about it a lot there, but in a non-defensive communication class, something that was a strong takeaway for me was learning to recognize that there are different kinds of communicators. And that if we can learn to identify and label communicators in our minds, that we can have more effective communication with them. And I thought it was a powerful exercise just to even think about each member of our board. And, oh, now I see that person's a director. And when I communicate with them socially, that's not very effective for them. And so learning to recognize that the way that we approach one another can be more effective if we have a little bit of that psychology behind us. And then finally, of course, I have to give a shout out to our own district. I thought one of the most engaging classes that we had was on the podcast. And I don't think I'm being biased. I think everybody that was there was really interested and kind of lit up. And it was something that I asked myself if that's a tool that our board could use more effectively. That's something I would love to discuss at some point as a group with is podcasting or are there other methods that we can use to create a more of the why to our communities. I think that Mr. Robinson really has tried to implement this personally on his Facebook page, where after a meeting he always does this summary, his little Live at 5. And I was just telling some other members of the board, I always watch it because I'm always curious to hear his whys. And I don't always get that when I sit next to him in a meeting. But it's interesting to hear him then go out and decompress and say, here's what came up, here's how I voted, and here's the reasons why. And that helps me to understand a little bit of his motivations. And I think that that's something that our community could really benefit from us if we were willing to open up some of those pathways of communication. And then just going back to some of the lessons that we learned from Fred Rogers, you know, that when we are willing to be vulnerable, that's one of the things that creates safe spaces. And I think sometimes we're so careful to stay really distant that that makes other people feel distant or feel like we're trying to hide things. And so the more that we can do, the more steps that we can take to try to help people understand the thought process behind things, I think will help to build some of that trust that we could stand to stoke the fire of. So those are a few of mine.
Thank you.
It was cool. Those dancers, their coaches sat on our row. Did you notice that?
I didn't
Yeah.
notice
They
that.
were pretty
next
cool.
to
Right
me
next-
because there's some open
They're
seats.
next to
other
Daryl
end?
and I.
And they were just so excited to watch
That
those.
was really
That I think watching them was almost as fun as watching the dancers because you could just see like hours and hours of work, and it was paying off.
And
for
the
them.
training that
Yeah.
they went through, I mean, that was,
Well, even like the music group when they were showing their process, and these kids are like running stairs together. I mean, it was pretty impressive.
Yeah.
They really know their craft.
so I'm quite embarrassed because I had my whole folder and I left it right on my desk. But I really would just echo a lot of what you guys are saying. It really is coming down to communication and what can we do to better share our information with the patrons, parents, students. I really was interested and I really did like the portrait of the graduate class. I see that Marilyn has the pages, so that's good. That makes me feel better. I also attended another class where they talked about DLI schools. And I'll be honest with you, that's not the direction that I'm trying to push us in. I think that some of our DLI programs could be evaluated and I think that should be on an upcoming agenda, is just how successful and what is happening in our DLI. How robust are they? What's happening and how well are they doing? Now,
For instance, was anybody else aware that the graduating class this year will be the first Chinese immersion? I was not aware of that until I was talking with a
It
student.
needs to be celebrated.
Would love, we need a report on that, because that's exactly, I mean, I wouldn't have known that unless I was talking to the student, yeah.
the thing that I did really like about the school was the intentionality of everything in the school. And with it being a school, I think that they were able to be a little bit more intentional about everything that they did, as opposed to one classroom on the elementary level, one classroom every three. They had Monday, Wednesday, Friday where they spoke nothing but Spanish, and even the teachers mostly it was where they were talking about staff that didn't know Spanish. They would still do their best to speak in Spanish on those days. And that everything in the school was labeled in both languages, Spanish and English. And I do think that there are some huge benefits to having the DLI programs within our school. I did go up to the presenters after and I asked some deliberate questions, because we all know that parents sign a contract when they start. They sign we're going to be a part of this until the end, and they weren't very comfortable about answering my questions as far as, well, what do your class sizes look like as they're going through the grades, and how committed are they? I know that parents are saying they're committed, and I understand that parents do try to complete that with their students, but not in all situations are they able to do that. They were a little bit hesitant about answering some of those questions. I was asking what's your enrollment at this school compared to other schools in your district. I was trying to get a little bit more information, but I think what they're doing is great. I think it's a wonderful idea for them. I just would like a little bit more information about the DLI and the successes of the DLI programs in our schools. And then, again, I have to give a shout out to the presentation by communications and the superintendent. I will be honest with you, and I think I told every board member, I was so nervous about the time that they were presenting, because they were presenting first thing on Monday morning. And
Early, yeah.
And I know from experience in previous years, those classes just aren't very attended because people are packing up to get ready to go home. There was a lot of people, and there was a lot of interaction, and there was a lot of people that were staying to ask more questions. And I didn't see that in a lot of my other classes. So good job.
Just want to add on to that too, just the level of engagement. I mean, you go to these classes and it's superintendent, school board presenting, and they've got their PowerPoint presentation and you learn some things, but just the whole presentation style was really good. I mean, multimedia, it just caught your attention, engaged. They
And
just
hearing
really did a
the
great
people
job.
talk behind us, that was kind of
that was
intriguing to
Yeah.
hear what their questions or their thoughts were. So just,
I mean, there was
it was a
one
proud moment as
yeah.
a board member.
one point
Just-
in the middle of the class when Sandy Reescraft kind of gave a emotional speech, and everyone in the room erupted into applause.
Yeah.
Just in the middle of a normal workshop
Never
at
saw that
NSBA.
in
I mean,
another workshop.
yeah, I didn't see that at any other workshops. So it really was very, very well done. We're
I
not
was proud
biased at
that
all.
you
It
guys
was
were
well done.
presenting, but then to be there and watching the interaction and the way that people felt about your presentation, it just escalated.
In most classes I went to, you had people wandering in and out, and if
Yeah,
you
a
noticed,
lot.
nobody
People were
left.
staying.
Like
Nobody left.
I was watching over and over again. I walked to the back, and nobody left. Like that was really a cool sign, you know.
Well, and usually people are scrolling, and
Yeah.
they were riveted. They were watching the presentation.
That's all I have. I'm sorry. I forgot my whole packet. I had
Well,
all
I'm
these
not
things
gonna-
written.
belabor this. I mean, I would echo everything that's been said, and you said it very well. Thank you, all of you. I was also intrigued by the portrait of a graduate. I think it's something that maybe we ought to look at, for our district. But one of the sessions that Jen and I went to was about portrait of a graduate, and I have the book. I haven't read it yet. Redefining student success, building a new vision to transform leading, teaching, and learning. And they even gave us all handouts that they said we could share. And so the goal on the student's guide is you will develop the skills and knowledge you need to be ready for the future that you imagine. Great goal. And the parents' goal was all our children will grow up to be happy adults and have the skills and knowledge they need to thrive in the 21st century. And I just think this is something that maybe could give us some guidance on, where we want to go with, and maybe do something with Portrait of a Graduate. I thought that was very intriguing. I liked that one. Also, I bought the book of Mr. Rogers' philosophy. Haven't read it yet. But
I propose we bring back the reading program that we had. 'Cause
I
I
agree.
really learned a lot, and
I
you
agree.
guys selected some books that I would not have read
ordinarily done,
otherwise.
yeah.
And so I don't know. And both of those
Mr.
books would be
Rogers
really,
is in
really
it.
good.
I just think that the best idea from Mr. Rogers' philosophy is to wonder, is to learn.
Yeah.
And I love that. I love all of the creativity and innovation and everything that can go into that. So I really
I like that part where they said this is a spoon, but then there's all these different kinds of spoons, and
Right,
I
right.
didn't realize until they
Can you do with
drew
this
that.
What can you do with
Yeah.
this? Yeah.
So-
Anyway, that I really liked too. And then I also went to the DLI session, and the thing that it was intriguing what they're doing and very impressive, but it's a magnet school. It's just one school in the district. And, we were thinking all the way along, well, we've got, 4 different languages. And I asked the question, I said, have you ever thought about expanding to other languages? Do you have that need in your district, that kind of thing? And they didn't really give me an answer, but right now it's just Spanish. But really, really interesting in some of the things that they're doing and how much immersion is going on. So other than that, I just echo everything that was said. I enjoyed it a lot. Oh, kudos. Kudos to our superintendent and to the communications department. It really was very engaging from minute one, and it didn't let up until the end. It was great. It was just great.
Can I just say one other thing? I'm sorry. Throughout the whole conference, I had a lot of reminders of you, and it was because I kept hearing the word curious. And when I speak to you, I always hear the word curious. And that it just kept solidifying for me all weekend long, just to be curious. And it kind of gave me a sense of relief because I know that you are so curious, and I do feel that that's going to help drive our district.
So we need to change it to Mr. Godfrey's neighborhood.
The
To be
curious.
curious is to learn.
You must have been in a different class on Portrait of the Graduate than I was in.
Yeah,
too.
yeah.
You were in a different one.
No, they
than
mentioned
you were in.
it in this one too. It was really
Yeah, that's
hot topic.
interesting.
And then speaking of books, Mr. Larson has some books from the conference and from previous conferences too, all in his library. So if any of you want to access books, he lets you borrow them.
There are overdue fees if they're returned late.
Oh, I've had my how not to be a terrible school board member for probably too long. I'm still learning. I'll return it, I promise. One of my biggest takeaways from the whole entire conference is how awesome we are as a board and district. I really am grateful for this board and how well we work together, and some of the issues that we've tackled. There's just so many things that I hear in these classes, and I'm like, oh, we're already doing that. We're already doing that. We might call it something different, but we're already doing that. So it just lots of, I pick up little ideas and twists like, little tweaks we could do, but we're doing a lot of great things as a board and as a district. And it's so interesting to hear from others around the country. It's also hard to compare a lot because a lot of the people I talk to have as many people in their whole district as we have at one high school.
And funding, right?
Yeah.
Funding
Yeah.
kept coming
Yeah.
up a lot.
They say, how many students do you have? 60,000. What? And then the other big takeaway I had is just more ideas to connect with our community and to communicate better with our community. And we did, kind of have some informal discussions there, like wondering if we need to do different things to connect with our community. So one idea I had is if we could put together or bring back, we had a community relations committee at one point in time, and wondered if we should bring that back, not as an ongoing, but just as an ad hoc committee to discuss some ideas and maybe bring back some recommendations to the board if there's a way that we can better communicate with our public.
That's an interesting thing to, when we were talking about district community council.
That
could
just came to my
potentially
mind
fit there.
too, like that's actually part of it, right? Because I thought about
That committee do both, where they were doing the parents and then they're also doing community leaders.
Mm-hmm.
I think instead of recreating another committee, we could have that committee kind of be
do both.
community, and then they have different roles. What they do.
Because some of the other ideas I thought about it, is because our community relations committee previously was doing some work on, the website as there.
Starting conversations about
Yeah.
change.
And I looked, part of why when I was at convention, I would pull up different districts' websites because they would refer to things on their websites, and looked at a lot of websites and wondered if there's better stuff we can have on our board page that would help us connect better. So that was one idea. We just started a newsletter that was in the Valley Journals this time as a one page if you saw that. But, this committee can maybe talk about if we want newsletters. We've tried employee letters before. We talked about, if there's podcast ideas so anyway, a lot of different ideas out there. How does everyone feel about, do we want to have a committee just ad hoc discuss some of those ideas and bring back a couple recommendations? Do you want to discuss them as a board?
If that's something that you want to do, I think that's right. Just exactly what Daryl and Nikki said.
Discuss district community council too. Okay. Who was on the old community relations?
Myself, Bryce, and Janice.
Okay.
I have all the.
Yeah, I was gonna say, it may be
Everything
beneficial to have one of you. Okay, well, is everyone in favor of doing an ad hoc committee to discuss community relations? Thoughts?
I wouldn't emphasize on relations. I would emphasize community communication. I think the
Yes.
idea is how do we increase
Yeah.
community communication, both in and out.
Or community outreach.
It's not really building relationships. I know that's an outgrowth of it, but I think our focus ought to be how do we improve communications between the board and the community.
Yep, I like that. Anyone else?
Because we didn't really call it the Community Relations Committee. We changed it to the Community Outreach.
Outreach, you're right.
Want to keep it community outreach?
As long as the emphasis is on, I would love a committee to ponder how do we improve communication. We've been asking that question for 5 years.
Yeah.
And it's probably a question that needs to be asked over and over because our society's communication forms are constantly evolving.
Yeah.
In different ways.
Okay, those are my big takeaways. We missed,
I was unable to go due to employment reasons.
and Mr. Young's got a conference coming up.
Yes, I will
He'll
be.
be attending.
I will be attending the 2022 Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Summit in Chicago, Illinois at the end of April, and look forward to a number of the topics that will be discussed there.
Okay, we'll have you on our agenda.
But because I'm really interested, because I went to one class, I'm really interested in a lot of equity issues, and so I went to one class, and I left just going, no, nothing. I got nothing. So I'll be interested to hear what you learned.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, there'll be some great,
like
there's
it'll
some
be
great
Better than my class I went to.
agendas there, and there's some great topics, so.
Great.
look forward to reporting.
Dr. Godfrey, do you have anything to add?
I would echo what's been said. Communications did a great job on that presentation, and the multimedia they put together, they all contributed, the entire communications department, and they even set up a site where people who have questions can contact them and get help and support in getting one started. So that was really nice. And to Tracy's point, it was really nice seeing you along the road there and to have your support then and your kind comments tonight. So thanks for your support. And as an extension of that, I saw what Tracy saw. You pick up on things that you don't expect from the topic. And some of it was when two board members and the superintendent were presenting, or people from a particular district were presenting, you caught a sense of the culture of that district. And I was very appreciative of my relationship with you as a board and as individual members, and the way we're able to work together, and the obstacles that I don't experience that other superintendents obviously are. So I'm very, very grateful for that. And I've always felt that support and the ability to do what we need to do. So thank you for that. And it's interesting when you go at a national level and you sit down and you're wowed by the content, but you also see they're dealing with some difficulties that I don't have to experience. So thank you. That means a lot, and that reemphasized what I knew about how we operate. I saw a couple of presentations where I walked up afterward, and one of those was really about how there was one about connecting to community effectively, and just the various ways that they pull parents into what they do as a district, and there are some things that I'd like to explore for us as well.
So do you want to be on the ad hoc committee also?
Absolutely, absolutely.
All right, this is growing. We have four
But
now.
not as a district, but at the school level. How we help facilitate that, and just what schools are able to do to engage. And then I heard about how many staff they have to help with that, and then I heard about the size of the district.
Yes.
Where they have 14 parent engagement specialists, and their district is a tenth of our size. And I think, okay, well, I can understand that you have a high level of engagement, but it doesn't mean the ideas aren't very beneficial. So there were great parent engagement, a great session there, a great session about recruiting and retaining employees and the creative things that were done to attract employees and keep employees. And they did some daring things that would sometimes feel like you're just throwing money away or taking big risks, but they found some great returns because of the way they structured things. So there was some good information there. And then also we have service centers in Utah that provide essentially district office services for a combination of smaller districts. So they receive support from these service centers. And there's something similar in Connecticut when it comes to instruction. And they had some great ideas on just what she and I called after the session low-hanging fruit, where you can make things more engaging without taking more time, without putting additional stress on teachers, and really reducing the stress by just providing some very meaningful strategies that help create a very different atmosphere quickly. One example is raising your hand versus just giving a thumbs up, or putting your hand on your stomach, or doing various other signals to show whether you understand or not. Because what happens with hand raising, for example, and we've known this for a long time, is in a class where you aren't intentional about how that's structured, you can end up with the same three people always raising their hands, and as soon as hands go up, brains shut down. Well, Bryce has got it. His hand's up. He's got it covered. And then I stop thinking because I know he's going to be called on, or he already has the answer, or I think I'm not smart enough. So it solves that. It addresses that, because you don't, just because I didn't think about it as fast as Bryce did doesn't mean that I shouldn't keep thinking about it. And you can give some genuine wait time and put your hand on your stomach when you think you have the answer. So then everyone gets time to do it without feeling like, oh, because I was slow, I need to just stop, because fast equals smart. And it doesn't always. Anyway, I really like, that's one example of some ways we can be intentional about things that are common practices in classrooms that can be shifted just a little bit. And I think there were some interesting tools that I thought were very worthwhile. So anyway, I could go on and on, but those were some of the highlights.
Mr. Larson.
He just went to the beach.
Yes.
It was
Yeah.
50
What did you
degrees
think of the boardwalk?
and raining.
It's cloudy.
It's too cold.
I
I had to run to some of my classes. I got in 12 classes, and I was quite happy with that.
Wow.
Winner.
I needed CPE. Just a couple classes I'll highlight. One, a unique approach. Very first class I went to, a school district purchased an old box store, a Hobby Lobby, and they turned it into a magnet school. And the problem they were having in their district was overcrowding of some of their schools, and they needed to alleviate some of the overcrowding in those schools by moving kids that were in these magnet type programs at individual schools throughout the district and move them to one magnet school in the district. So I thought that was a very interesting conversation and class. Let's see. Of course.
I'd never think of turning a abandoned building into a.
Yeah, as we sit in
That's why
one.
he liked that idea so much.
He said as he sat in Concordia.
Yeah.
What was the garden store that this used to
Yeah.
be?
Garden Wedding Center and a charter school. Yeah, this is a great example of that. ASB is a great example of that. The funnest.
You can go present next year.
No. The funnest class I went to was definitely the Supercast class. That was fun to see Sandy, Doug, Chad, and the superintendent. But also just the material. It was very engaging. That was a phenomenal presentation. And 3 times I counted that the audience clapped in the middle of the
Plus,
presentation.
they laughed a lot.
Yeah. The last one I wanted to just highlight, the most moving class I went to, in fact, Tracy, or not
Glad
Tracy,
you're mentioning this one.
Nikki got to see me cry.
And he got to see me in return.
This was very, very moving, this story that was told in the last session, the Liz Murray Homeless to Harvard story. And it was, I was very sad that they'd closed down the bookstore afterwards because I didn't get to buy her book and see further. But just the reminder of every life is precious. No one gets where they are in life alone. And it takes others to help. Boy, what else? Remember that people can be good. Just reading some of my notes here. Cynicism is the atrophy of your imagination and your heart. Never count yourself out. Someone who loves you will always tell you the truth. Anyways, very, very moving.
Throw one on. One of the phrases that I just loved. So, like John already talked about, she was a child who was raised by drug addicted parents, wound up homeless, had dropped out of high school for a time, barely found a school that would take her, and she got to go on a tour with her teacher of Harvard. And she was like, "Is this school hard to get into?" And her teacher's response was, "It's a reach, but it's possible." Gosh, what if that was our response to our kids? It's a
Yeah.
reach, but it's possible. And darn if she didn't do it. It's pretty
Yeah.
cool.
It was a very cool story, very moving. I was glad to end the conference with that high note. There was another class that I thought would be the high note, and it wasn't. No, it was not.
budgeting. Thank you.
Gosh, dang it.
Okay, we will move on. Our next item on the agenda is board and superintendent reports and comments. I'm going to start out with just a couple things from the executive committee. First of all, Mr. Young has resigned as LEAC chair, and the executive committee has discussed and would like to appoint Bryce Dunford as the new chair of LEAC. Everybody okay with that? They're not going to say no to your face.
Oh, look away. Just put your hand on your belly if you're
And then the other change is government relations. We never appointed someone new for government relations. We just kind of limped through the legislative session. And we'd like Nikki to be on and chair government relations. So those are our two committee changes. So now let's have committee reports. Anything from facilities or finance? Are they gonna go first?
We don't have anything.
Sorry to catch you with your mouth full.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yes, you. Just a couple of informational items. Our independent auditor, Chris Harding, we talked about him recently, and in communication with him, he shared with us that he would definitely finish our project, but he's finding that the new job is very time-intensive currently, and so he asked that he be released from that contract. And so that's just for your information, and we'll attack that later on down the road. Also, as you're aware, probably, whenever we look at tax increment projects, we have a list of considerations for those. And we did make a couple of additions to that list, and we're just kind of finalizing that for the next meeting, if that's okay. Let's see. Also, thank you for your feedback on the video. Sandy and her staff worked really hard in fulfilling what we were asked to do, and that was to come up with a 5 to 7 minute video, and we fully intend on sending snippets from that video, and appreciate the feedback and the guidance we got from all of you. We'd like a little more direction at this point. We did talk about perhaps breaking the video up into maybe each question becoming its own snippet, if you will, or something to that effect. But we would really like some direction from here on out. One suggestion was that Sandy ask the questions and a board member answer the questions, and that appealed to us. A lot of you felt like the children who participated in that was very positive, but kind of not so effective throughout the video. So those are some things that we're going to look at, but we would like some direction on where you want us to go from here. Okay?
Do you want that right now?
I don't know if this is a time or place, but sure.
Well, can I just add, because I want the whole board's input on this.
Sure.
When I was watching it, do we want a video about truth in taxation, or do we want a video about our district's finances? And this kind of does both. If we want a video to explain truth in taxation, we need to focus just on truth in taxation, and I really don't think that can come out until we've decided on truth in taxation, right, so that we can explain what we've decided, where the money's going to go, and what the impact is, and we haven't made those decisions yet.
My understanding was this was the beginning video of kind of launching kind of an open dialogue, and that we would create other things down the line. And I might be wrong, but this was, in my mind, this was never like the only product that we're going to sell.
Yeah. Well, in my mind right now, it was district finance video. That leading up to later on, we would have a truth in
That's when I
taxation video.
think-
But this one starts out talking about just truth in taxation, and so then it throws off. So I would rather see some smaller video segments now on just different district finance topics. We could cover tax rates, we could cover debt, we could cover where do your taxes go? How much is it to instruction versus other things? Stuff like that. And then, some smaller segments now, and then when we've determined truth in taxation, we can have a video explaining what we're doing there. So those are my thoughts.
Good thoughts. Any others?
I kind of like, if we're breaking it up, the approach of kind of explaining how we've been good stewards of taxpayer dollars. And now, Sandy said it well.
Right.
Now, we've exhausted what we have easily accessible, and
But let's put out the how we're good stewards first.
exactly, yes. Kind of builds the case before you make it.
So I just want to say this, and I'm not discounting anything that's been said here. But I thought, because Bryce was the one that mentioned, hey, with the information that John provided the board, let's make something that's 5 to 7 minutes long to show to the public. And I agree with you, Tracy, in the fact that you're saying it talked a little bit more about truth and taxation. But did we miss the boat completely as a finance committee on that video? I guess
And maybe different board members wanted different things, and so
I guess that's
we ended up with a hodgepodge. But what did you?
we were told to
I
narrow
don't think you
those.
missed the boat completely. I think just some small tweaks and splitting it up. I think the conglomerate was a little bit bouncing off everywhere, and I would love to see them split up into different messages. But I loved I really did love a lot of the things that came out of that. I loved the message that we have been good stewards of your tax money.
So I guess what I would ask too is, I mean, communication department was very well aware that we wanted smaller snippets out of that. That was just the 5 to 7 and then it was gonna break out. And so are there any other slides that you saw in the presentation that John gave us that you would like to see? Because I mean, we as a finance committee, we narrowed those down to do the 5 to 7 minute
How many
video.
slides were there originally? 61?
82.
82, sorry, I
And we
shortchanged
narrowed them down to 12 or 13.
Yeah.
Yeah. So if there was anything within that presentation that you felt like was not addressed, please let us know so that we kind of know what direction. And I mean, we learned a lot from the feedback, but we also want to make sure that we're making the mark and it, yeah. John?
I would love to see a short little video that basically says, do you know that we do more with less?
Oh, John?
That may have just answered it, but I was going to ask, do each of these snippets need to actually be video snippets, or are they each just a story that could be told not necessarily through video, but through a like a post or an article
Yeah.
or something?
Right.
Yeah, I think you
We
could just
talked
put
about
one
that.
graph out on social media with,
We talked about that.
and have it just be a post, not necessarily all videos.
Yeah, our only problem with putting it out on social media, you're not going to catch those who don't do social media or do not have kids in the schools. And that was our big hesitation on that.
But we've talked about different, obviously,
Postcards and things, yeah.
different avenues just as we have as a board too. So, okay.
So if it's not tied to a video, we could look at other methods. Is that okay? And then, but looking at smaller segments, answering questions, and involving board members.
I like Bryce's title. Jordan does more with less. And just use that
Series going
over
with
and
it.
over and over again.
Well,
Jordan
and
does
one
more
of
with
them is
less.
Jordan does more with less, but we can't continue to do so without a little more.
I like that. I mean, because we didn't address
Okay, a
in
lot
the.
more.
Add that.
You're gonna get royalties off that, Mr. Dunford.
No.
I like that because there's some things that we have done more with less that's not in the budget. For instance, building Mountain Ridge High School and that whole bond. I mean, so there's a lot of things that weren't presented in our last budget that we can go back and show that case.
I mean, you've got building costs compared to other districts.
Yes,
Admin costs compared to other districts. I mean,
exactly.
we've got some good stories to
But
tell.
we've tightened the belt as tight as it can go. We need a little more belt.
Hey, that's all we have.
Does that mean you're scrapping the video?
No.
Keep it in our back pocket for a
We'll
little
keep
bit.
it maybe till June, huh? And then maybe tweak it a little bit. Definitely take out that one phrase that you suggested. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
There's some footage in there that I would hate to
Yeah,
see not used.
We will.
I thought it was an excellent video. I'd hate to scrap it.
We won't. Not after all that work, we won't, for sure. Okay,
Okay, thank you. Anything else from
That's all.
finance?
that's all.
Okay.
Right now.
Any other committee reports or board reports?
Went to the PTA, the region PTA meeting, and there were a couple of things that they asked me that I said I could bring back. So one of them, they're thinking about ways to encourage volunteers and accessibility for volunteers. They wondered if there would be a possibility of like a mobile fingerprinting. So let's say, I know back to school night would be hard because they're so condensed in time, but let's say one school booked it for their back to school night. So as parents were already in the building, they could go get their fingerprint done for their background. to volunteer in schools. I don't know if that's a possibility, but I thought I would throw it out there as something to think about. I like the idea. I really do.
It's a very expensive system, which isn't to say that we couldn't do it. I don't know whether how well it would work mobile. We've talked about that before. I think another way of addressing that, so I'm not ruling that out, but that's something we can look at again. Another way to approach that is to revisit our fingerprinting policy, because you really only, according to our current policy or our current procedures, need to be fingerprinted if you are going to be alone with students. And is having a volunteer alone with students a good idea, whether they've been fingerprinted or not? So maybe if we just approach the way that that's not an announcement, anyone that's listening, but it's just something to explore, is in what circumstances is that maybe necessary? Can we make sure that we are fingerprinting, that we're thoughtful and intentional about the way that we approach fingerprinting before we expand access to it? We might reduce the need and increase access, and a combination might be even better.
So, will you just help me understand a little more? When you say alone with a student, does that mean I'm working in the hallway with one student, so it's one-on-one and that's alone? Or are we talking about more alone than that? I hope there's never anything more alone than that.
Well, that's really the point, is there really shouldn't be anything more alone than that. And I don't know that we've provided the clarity needed to schools to know in what circumstances do I really need to do this. You may be working with small groups of students. If you're the only adult with a small group of students in the hallway at the school, is fingerprinting necessary? Sometimes on a field trip, there may be circumstances. So there are various circumstances. We just need to review those and look at that, particularly at the elementary level, and say, what's the list of circumstances where parents may be interacting with students, and when are fingerprints necessary?
That's a great idea. I'd love to continue that conversation at some point.
I would assume that we're spending quite a bit of money on as many as we are doing currently, right?
We're spending a lot of money on it, and if that is in the name of student safety, then great.
Yeah.
It's just, are we doing that sometimes when it wouldn't be necessary? And you know, from a certain perspective, everyone needs to be fingerprinted, but the practice has been, if you're going to be alone with students.
So the definition of alone with students, though, is the only adult with students, right?
Right.
So like if I'm subbing a class and there's not another adult, then, but if I'm gonna, just be a volunteer and an aide in a class, it might take a different level, depending on what you guys find out.
And then, sorry, go ahead.
No, that's all.
Oh, sorry, I
you.
thought I interrupted. One other thing that I was kind of not prepared to field questions in that setting for was they're quite interested in the conversation on special education. And they asked us to include in our discussion how sometimes those rooms might be being inappropriately used. So the example that they gave me was that they have, as they're in and out of so many schools as volunteers, and many of them also substitute or whatever, that sometimes they're noticing that a school might send a student who's having a discipline problem into the ED classroom because they don't know where else to take them. And they were concerned by that. So just something that we can maybe throw into the mix as we continue our conversations with special education that came from that PTA meeting.
Okay. If there are any specifics about that circumstance at various times to share, I would be interested.
Okay, I'm happy to get more information, but I just went, oh, that is a perspective of this that we haven't jumped into that maybe we could when we talk about lifting the load off special educators. That seems like a no-brainer.
Yep, fair enough. Thank you.
Okay, and I have just one thing from the Jordan Education Foundation. The awards banquet is tomorrow night. Embassy Suites, 6 o'clock, mingle, 6:30 dinner. Any other board reports? Dr. Godfrey, superintendent report.
Speaking of evening dinners, May 17th at Gardner Village is the retirement dinner. May 17th, Gardner Village.
May 19th.
Oh, close.
Close.
We may have flowers you can use.
Called the Gathering Place, by the way.
We caught up, so it's just this year's.
I think it's just this year's. Is that correct, John?
I'm
Is it just this year's retirees? Are we caught up? Yeah.
Is that everything?
That's all. Thank you.
Alrighty. That is the end of our agenda item then. Thank
just
you.
say a time on that, Dr. Godfrey. Sorry.
I don't know the time on that.
Okay, that's okay.
I think it's 6.
I think it's
TBD.
6.
He usually sends something.
Do we usually go to
We
about
usually start
5:30 to-
greeting at 6, eat at 7, at 6:30.
30.
Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt.
No problem. I need a motion to go into closed session for character and competence, property and negotiations.
I'll make a motion to go into close for character and competence, property and negotiations.
Second.
Okay, motion by Ms. Atwood, second by Ms. Richards. All in favor, please say yes.
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 Anyone opposed? That passes unanimously, and we will end our study session and go into closed session. Thank you to all of those who have joined us tonight, our one person in person, and the rest of you online. Grateful to have you.